Hello, dear friends. I hope you've relished the beauty of this spring day. As you settle in for the night, I invite you to unwind and enjoy our bedtime stories, all in the serene ambiance of our cozy fireplace setting. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. If you wish to experience these tales ad-free, join us on Patreon. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time here with us. Story 1. In the village nestled deep within the enchanted forest, the early morning mist clung to the air like a silken shroud, weaving through the tall, ancient trees that stood like sentinels against the encroaching shadows. The dew-kissed wildflowers, once a vibrant tapestry of colors, now drooped lifelessly, their petals faded and forlorn. The symphony of birdsong that typically greeted the dawn had dwindled to a mere whisper, the once exuberant melodies, now mere echoes of their former glory. The brook, a lifeline that meandered through the heart of the village, seemed to murmur its lament, its waters sluggish and dull. The village itself was an intricate mosaic of quaint cottages with thatched roofs, their chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke that curled into the crisp morning air. Cobblestone paths wound between the houses, lined with hedges of lavender and rosemary, their scents mingling to create a fragrant balm that hung in the atmosphere. Despite the beauty, a heavy stillness blanketed the village, a stark contrast to the usual bustle of life. Amidst this somber landscape, young Ruby sat on the rickety wooden bridge that spanned the brook, her wild mane of red curls catching the first rays of sunlight that pierced through the canopy above. Her sparkling eyes, usually alight with curiosity and wonder, were clouded with concern. Something was undeniably amiss, a tangible unease that wrapped around her heart. Ruby's best friend, Zinnia, the mischievous little pixie with wings that shimmered like a kaleidoscope in the sunlight, was never far from her side. Today, however, even Zinnia's usual effervescence was dimmed, her iridescent wings drooping slightly as she perched on Ruby's shoulder. "Have you noticed anything odd about our forest lately, Zinnia?" Ruby asked, her voice soft and tinged with worry. Zinnia nodded solemnly, a rare seriousness in her usually playful demeanor. Indeed, the magic that usually hums through these woods seems to be fading. The plants and animals are losing their vitality. As if in response to their concerns, a deep, rumbling voice resonated through the air. Oakley, the wise old oak tree who had stood as a silent guardian over the village for centuries, spoke up. "You are both right to be troubled, young ones. A dark force is draining the life from our beloved forest." Ruby and Zinnia exchanged a worried glance. They knew they had to do something to restore the balance and protect their cherished home. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on Ruby's shoulders, but she felt a warmth emanating from Zinnia, bolstering her resolve. The bond between them was a source of strength, a reminder that they were not alone in this quest. With Oakley's guidance, they set off on their journey, the forest stretching before them as both a familiar friend and an unknown adversary. Each step they took resonated with the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, a stark reminder of the life slowly seeping away from the land they loved. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with an eerie stillness, the once vibrant underbrush now a tangled mass of withered branches. The path was fraught with challenges, each obstacle a test of their resolve. Gloomy, withered trees reached out with gnarled branches, attempting to ensnare them, while shadowy creatures slithered along the forest floor, feeding off the waning energy. Their journey was interrupted by a sudden rustling in the leaves, and from the shadows emerged a creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a small, timid fawn with eyes wide with fear, its coat a patchwork of shadows and light. Ruby knelt down, extending a hand. The fawn hesitated, then slowly approached, nuzzling her palm. In that moment, Ruby felt the heartbeat of the forest, fragile yet resilient, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life within this magical realm. Despite these trials, Ruby's determination burned brightly, her love for the forest and its inhabitants fueling her every step. Zinnia, though small, was a beacon of hope, her mischievous spirit a constant reminder of the joy and magic that still lingered in the shadows. Their journey was punctuated by moments of doubt, the weight of their task threatening to overwhelm them. Yet, whenever they faltered, Oakley's wise words echoed in their minds, a steadying force that reminded them of the importance of their mission. During a brief rest by a secluded glade, Ruby shared a story from her childhood with Zinnia, one her grandmother used to tell her. It was about a time when the forest faced a similar peril, and a brave villager had ventured into the heart of the woods to seek the help of the ancient spirits. This tale, rich with history and hope, anchored Ruby during moments of uncertainty, reminding her of the courage that ran through her veins. As they pressed on, the forest seemed to change subtly. The temperature dropped, a cold breeze whispering through the skeletal branches. They reached a clearing bathed in an unnatural shadow, where the grass crunched underfoot like dry parchment. Here, the presence of the dark sorcerer felt palpable, a malevolent energy that gnawed at their resolve. It was at this moment that Zinnia paused, her wings fluttering with a newfound determination. "Ruby, I believe we can use the light of our friendship to counter this darkness," she said, her voice unwavering for the first time since they began their quest. At last, they reached the ancient well, a relic from a time when magic flowed freely through the land. Its crumbling stone walls were nearly obscured by tangled vines and overgrown foliage, a testament to the passage of time and neglect. As they peered into its depths, a faint glow emanated from the bottom, pulsing like a heartbeat, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a shimmering figure emerged from the well, a radiant forest spirit named Willow. Her luminous form seemed to breathe new life into the surrounding vegetation, causing the vines to unfurl and the wildflowers to regain their vibrant hues. The air around them shimmered with renewed vitality, a tangible presence of magic that enveloped them. "Thank you for coming to our aid, brave ones," Willow said, her voice a gentle whisper like the rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. "A dark sorcerer has been siphoning the magic from this forest to fuel his own selfish desires. But you have broken his spell by rekindling the well's power with your courage and compassion." As Willow spoke, the forest around them seemed to awaken from its slumber. The birds resumed their joyful melodies, and the brook burbled with renewed vigor. Even the trees appeared to stand a little taller, their branches swaying in a celebratory dance. For Ruby, the journey had been more than just a quest to restore the forest's balance. It had been a journey of self-discovery, a realization of her own strength, and the depth of her connection to the land she called home. Zinnia, ever the playful companion, had grown too, her loyalty and courage shining through in every moment of adversity. In a moment of reflection, Ruby recalled the stories her grandmother used to tell her about the forest's ancient magic, tales of harmony and the delicate balance between all living things. She understood now that she was part of that legacy, a guardian of her own right, entrusted with the care of this mystical realm. Ruby and Zinnia looked at each other, beaming with pride and relief. They had solved the mystery and restored harmony to their beloved home, all through the power of friendship, perseverance, and a little bit of magic. From that day forward, the village remained a sanctuary of peace and wonder, its magic protected by the unwavering bond between Ruby, Zinnia, and the wise guardians of the forest. The forest, once again alive with the hum of magic, stood as a testament to their bravery, a living reminder of the power of love and unity in the face of darkness. As the sun set behind the towering trees, casting a golden glow across the land, Ruby knew that the heart of the forest beat within her, a symphony of life that would endure for generations to come. As the days turned into weeks, Ruby and Zinnia became more attuned to the rhythms of the forest, learning its secrets and mysteries. They discovered that the forest was not just a habitat, but a living entity with its own emotions and desires. One evening, as they sat beneath the boughs of Oakley, the ancient tree shared tales of the forest's past glories, of the times when the land was vibrant and brimming with life, and the magical creatures lived in harmony with the villagers. Inspired by Oakley's stories, Ruby and Zinnia decided to organize a festival to celebrate the forest's revival. They invited all the villagers and creatures of the forest, from the smallest pixies to the majestic deer. On the day of the festival, the village was transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and sound. The air was filled with laughter and music, as villagers danced with fairies under the twinkling starlight. Tables were laden with the bounties of the forest, juicy berries, fresh honey, and fragrant herbs. The highlight of the festival was the lighting of the ceremonial lanterns, each one representing a wish for the future. As the lanterns floated skyward, Ruby made a silent vow to protect and cherish the forest for as long as she lived. In the days leading to the festival, Ruby and Zinnia took time to visit the hidden corners of the forest, coming across ancient stone circles and mysterious runes etched into the bark of the oldest trees. Each discovery was like unearthing a piece of history, enriching their understanding of the land's past. They learned of forgotten rituals that once bound the forest creatures and villagers in mutual respect and harmony. These newfound insights only deepened their resolve to preserve the delicate balance of their world. The festival marked a new beginning for the village and the forest, a time of renewed hope and unity. Ruby and Zinnia knew that their journey had not only saved their home, but had also forged an unbreakable bond between them. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, their hearts forever intertwined with the magic of the enchanted forest. As the last lantern disappeared into the starry night, Ruby felt a profound sense of belonging, knowing that she was part of something much greater than herself, a guardian of the enchanted forest, a steward of its stories and secrets for generations to come. Story 2. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a small, unassuming bookshop. Its weathered wooden sign, gently swinging in the breeze, read, "The Whimsical Quill." The shop was a treasure trove of stories, with shelves brimming with dusty tomes and vibrant volumes. The air was filled with the comforting scent of old paper and the faint, sweet hint of lavender that seemed to emanate from the very walls, weaving a tapestry of history and imagination. The proprietor of this charming establishment was a gentle soul named Leora. With a kind smile and twinkling eyes, she welcomed every visitor as though they were a dear friend. Leora had an uncanny knack for matching people with the perfect book, as if the stories themselves whispered their desires into her ear. Her love for books was palpable. She treated each volume with a reverence usually reserved for precious artifacts, her fingers brushing their spines as if greeting old companions. Leora's passion for books was not merely an occupational trait, but a deeply ingrained part of her identity. Her grandmother, a storyteller of great renown in the village, had often recited tales of distant lands and mythical creatures to a young Leora, planting the seeds of wonder and curiosity in her heart. Memories of those nights spent by the fireside were etched into her soul, each story a part of the mosaic that made her who she was today. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled like parchment in the cool breeze, a peculiar thing happened. While dusting the shelves, Leora discovered a book she had never noticed before. It was bound in soft midnight blue leather, with golden stars that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The title, "The Secret of the Starry Quill," was etched in graceful, flowing script. Curiosity piqued, Leora carefully lifted the book from its resting place. As she opened it, a soft, warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the book was inviting her to embark on a journey. Turning the first page, she found a note written in elegant handwriting. "To those who seek, may you find the magic within and beyond." Intrigued, Leora began to read. The story told of a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, a world where wisdom was the greatest magic of all. As she read, the words seemed to come alive, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The narrative followed a young wanderer named Aaron, who stumbled upon a quill with the ability to bring stories to life. But the quill's magic was not in the ink it spilled, rather it lay in the heart of the one who wielded it. To unlock its true power, Aaron had to embark on a journey of self-discovery, guided by the gentle whispers of the quill. As Leora read on, she found herself stepping into Aaron's world. The forest around her was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the sweet trill of birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. She could feel the cool, mossy earth beneath her feet, smell the fresh scent of pine mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. On this journey, Aaron met a host of helpers, each with their own unique charm. There was Brindle, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver moonlight. He watched over the forest with keen eyes, offering guidance and riddles that teased the mind. Then there was Fina, the sprightly squirrel with a heart as big as her curiosity. She darted through the trees, gathering acorns and stories with equal fervor, her laughter a tinkling melody in the air. In one particularly enchanting scene, Aaron and his companions encountered a grove where the trees whispered their ancient secrets. The leaves shimmered like emeralds, and the air was thick with the scent of sweet sap and earth. Here, Brindle spoke of the balance between knowledge and humility, teaching Aaron that true wisdom often lies in listening more than speaking. Lastly, there was Seraph, the gentle deer whose antlers seemed to cradle the very stars. Seraph spoke little, but his presence was a balm to the weary soul, his gaze filled with understanding and kindness. Together they journeyed to the hidden heart of the forest, where the quill's secret awaited. Along the way, Aaron faced challenges that required wisdom rather than force. They encountered a river of shimmering dreams, where only those with a clear heart could cross. They navigated a maze of mirrors, where one had to see beyond the surface to find the truth within. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a golden glow, Aaron sat by a crackling fire, contemplating the lessons he had learned. It was here, in the flickering light, that he began to understand the depth of his quest. The quill was more than a tool. It was a reflection of his own heart, mirroring his fears and dreams. It was a realization that struck him with profound clarity, as the stars blinked into existence above, each one a point of light connecting him to the universe. With each step, Aaron learned and grew, discovering the magic that lay not just in the quill, but within himself. He realized that true magic was not in wielding power, but in understanding, in empathy, in the stories that connected hearts. The journey was as much about self-discovery as it was about uncovering the quill's secret. As Leora turned the final page, she felt a gentle warmth blossoming within her, a quiet joy that settled like a soft blanket around her shoulders. She closed the book with a contented sigh, the glow fading into a gentle memory. From that day on, Leora carried the tale of the starry quill in her heart, sharing its wisdom with those who entered her shop. She learned that every person, like Aaron, held a story waiting to be discovered, a magic waiting to be unlocked. Leora began to notice the subtle changes in her patrons, a young girl who found courage in the pages of a fairy tale, an elderly man who rediscovered lost dreams in the lines of poetry. In an effort to share the quill's magic more tangibly, Leora organized weekly story evenings at the shop, inviting villagers to read aloud their favorite tales or personal stories. These evenings became a cherished tradition, filling the shop with laughter, tears, and a sense of community that resonated beyond the walls of the whimsical quill. To deepen this connection, Leora decided to embark on a project that combined the village's rich oral history with the written word. She began collecting stories from villagers, tales passed down through generations, weaving them into a tapestry of voices that celebrated the community's shared history and dreams. This project, the Village Chronicles, became a living testament to the power of storytelling, uniting the villagers in a shared legacy. Meanwhile, in the quiet moments when the shop was empty, Leora embarked on her own journey of introspection, drawing parallels between her life and Aaron's quest. She pondered her grandmother's stories, realizing they were more than entertainment. They were lessons in disguise, each narrative a piece of wisdom handed down through the ages. This realization sparked a personal transformation, urging Leora to become a storyteller in her own right, crafting tales that wove her experiences and dreams into the fabric of the village's narrative. Her storytelling began to evolve, infused with her own insights and reflections. She wove tales that spoke of love and loss, courage and fear, hope and despair, each story a mirror reflecting the myriad emotions she had encountered and embraced. Her narratives became a conduit for the villagers to explore their own lives, resonating with the truths they too had experienced. One particular story evening, a mysterious traveler named Alara arrived at the shop, drawn by the tales that had reached her ears. Alara was a wanderer from distant lands, her eyes holding the depth of countless journeys, and her presence added a new dimension to the gatherings. She shared stories of far-off places and spoke of the stars that guided her way, intriguing the villagers and Leora alike. Alara's tales of adventure and mystery opened Leora's mind to the vastness of the world beyond the village and reminded her of the endless possibilities that lay in the unknown. Alara and Leora forged a deep friendship, their bond rooted in their mutual love for stories and the truths they uncovered. Together, they planned to chronicle their own adventures, a collection of tales that would inspire future generations to seek their paths and embrace the magic within. And so, in the cozy warmth of the whimsical quill, beneath the watchful gaze of twinkling stars and the gentle glow of candlelight, stories continued to weave their magic, whispering of worlds within worlds, and the extraordinary secrets hidden in the ordinary. In this way, Leora and her bookshop reminded the village of the quiet wonders that lay in the pages of a book and in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And when night had fallen and the village was wrapped in the soft embrace of slumber, Leora would sit by the crackling fireplace, her heart full and her spirit alight, knowing that every day held the promise of discovery and every story the power to transform. Thus, in the gentle glow of the evening, the tale of the secret of the starry quill continued to inspire, reminding all who heard it that the greatest magic of all was the wisdom found within and the love shared between friends. And in that knowledge, they found peace and comfort, knowing that they too were part of a wondrous, ever-unfolding story. Story 3. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush emerald forests, there lived a young woman named Serafina. Her home was a charming, ivy-covered cottage with a red door that stood out like a cheerful beacon against the soft hues of the countryside. The smell of freshly baked bread often wafted from her kitchen, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil and blooming flowers from her meticulously tended garden. Serafina loved her village deeply, yet she felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite name. Her days were spent tending to her garden, making herbal remedies, and sharing stories with villagers who sought her gentle wisdom. But at night, when the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, she found herself gazing out the window, dreaming of things unknown. The villagers adored Serafina for her kindness and gentle spirit, often seeking her counsel in times of trouble. Her eyes, the color of the sky at dusk, seemed to hold an understanding beyond her years, and her soft words were like a balm to troubled souls. Yet, despite her outward calm, a storm brewed inside her heart. Serafina struggled with the changes she felt stirring within, unsure of how to embrace them. Her heart was a garden of untapped potential, and she feared the unknown blooms that might sprout if she allowed it to grow freely. One crisp autumn evening, as the fiery leaves danced in the whispering wind, Serafina decided to take a new path through the forest. The path was said to be enchanted, leading to a place where magic flowed like a river. As she walked, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy undertones of damp moss. The forest seemed to hum with life, and tiny glimmers of light flickered around her like stars fallen from the sky. Each step on the soft, leaf-strewn path seemed to echo with the heartbeat of the earth itself, a rhythmic call pulling her deeper into the unknown. As Serafina ventured deeper into the woods, she encountered an ancient tree with a trunk so wide it would take 5 people to encircle it. Its bark was gnarled and twisted, and its leaves shimmered with a silver glow. The tree seemed to breathe, exhaling whispers of the past with each flutter of its leaves. Sitting beneath the tree was an old woman, wrapped in a cloak woven from threads of moonlight. Her eyes were as deep as the ocean, filled with the wisdom of ages, and they sparkled with a warmth that made Serafina feel both seen and safe. "Welcome, dear one," the old woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Maeve, the guardian of this enchanted grove. I sense your heart is heavy with the weight of change." Serafina nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her at Maeve's understanding. "I am afraid," she confessed, "of what I might become if I allow these changes to take root." Maeve chuckled softly, a sound like tinkling bells. "Fear not, child. Change is the essence of life. Just as the seasons turn, so too must we transform. It is through change that we discover our true selves." Intrigued and comforted by Maeve's words, Serafina sat beside her, and together they watched the forest come alive with magic. The leaves rustled with secrets, and the air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and honey. Maeve shared stories of transformation, of caterpillars turning into butterflies, of rivers carving new paths through stone, and of stars being born from the dust of the universe. Each story wove a tapestry of possibility, casting new light on the shadows within Seraphina's heart. As the night deepened, Maeve offered Seraphina a small vial filled with shimmering liquid. "This is the essence of the grove," Maeve explained. "Drink it, and you will embark on a journey of inner discovery. It will not change you, but it will reveal what you already are." With a heart full of both trepidation and hope, Seraphina drank the potion. A warmth spread through her, and she felt as if she were being enveloped in a cocoon of light. The world around her faded, and she found herself in a dreamscape of swirling colors and gentle music. In this magical realm, Seraphina encountered different versions of herself, her past, her present, and the myriad possibilities of her future. Each version showed her a different facet of her soul, and she learned to appreciate the beauty of her journey, the strength in her vulnerabilities, and the wisdom she had gained from her experiences. She saw herself as a child, innocent and curious, playing in fields of lavender, as a healer, her hands glowing with the warmth of her compassion, and as an elder, her eyes reflecting a life fully lived. The dreamscape shifted, revealing a scene from her childhood that she had nearly forgotten. A younger Seraphina stood in the village square, captivated by a traveling minstrel's song. The music had filled her with a sense of wonder, sparking her lifelong love for stories and melodies. This memory reminded her of the joy she found in creativity, a joy she had somewhat neglected in recent years. As dawn broke, Seraphina awoke beneath the ancient tree, feeling lighter and more at peace. Maeve smiled, her eyes twinkling with knowing kindness. "You have begun to see the magic within you, dear one," she said. "Remember, growth is not about becoming someone else, but about embracing who you truly are." Thanking Maeve, Seraphina returned to her village with a newfound sense of self. She continued to tend to her garden and help the villagers, but now she did so with a heart open to change and the wonders it could bring. The restlessness that once plagued her was replaced with a sense of adventure, as she realized that life was a beautiful tapestry of transformations. In the evenings, when the stars adorned the sky like a celestial cloak, Seraphina no longer felt the need to seek out the unknown. Instead, she found joy in every moment, knowing that she was part of an ever-unfolding story, rich with magic and discovery. Yet, her journey did not end there. Inspired by her experience, Seraphina began to explore new dimensions of her talents, experimenting with new herbal concoctions and weaving her stories into songs. She found herself teaching the village children, guiding them to discover their own paths and the magic within their hearts. On a particularly vibrant spring morning, Seraphina decided to host a gathering at her cottage. She invited villagers of all ages to share in a day of storytelling and song. Her garden became a lively tapestry of laughter and music, the air thick with the scent of roses and lilacs. It was here that she introduced her latest creation, a herbal tea that she promised would unlock the imagination. As the villagers sipped the fragrant brew, a sense of wonder and possibility filled the air. A young boy, inspired by the atmosphere, spoke of his dreams of becoming an artist. Seraphina encouraged him to draw what he felt, to let his heart guide his hand. As he sketched, Seraphina saw a reflection of herself in his eyes, a soul eager to explore the unknown, yet grounded in the present. As dusk fell and the village lights flickered to life, Seraphina stood amidst her friends and neighbors, feeling a profound sense of belonging. She realized that her journey was not just about self-discovery, but also about weaving connections and inspiring others to embrace their own transformations. And so, under the watchful eyes of the twinkling stars, Seraphina blossomed like a wildflower, vibrant and free, in harmony with the dance of life. Through her journey, she learned that true transformation comes from within, when one embraces the beauty of their own spirit and the endless possibilities it holds. The village thrived with her renewed energy, and the forest whispered tales of her journey to those who ventured down the enchanted path. One evening, as the first fireflies of summer began their luminous dance, Seraphina met a traveler passing through the village. His name was Elias, a wanderer with tales of distant lands and adventures that captured the imagination of all who listened. His presence was like a fresh breeze sweeping through the village, invigorating the air with stories of distant mountains, bustling cities, and seas that stretched beyond the horizon. Elias found himself drawn to Seraphina's tales as much as she was to his. Over shared cups of her enchanting herbal tea, they exchanged stories under the starlit sky. "There is a magic in you," Elias remarked one evening, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames of a nearby bonfire. "A magic that grounds this place and the people in it. But have you ever wondered what lies beyond these hills?" Seraphina pondered his question, the familiar restlessness stirring once more within her. Yet, it was now accompanied by a newfound sense of peace. She had learned to cherish her roots, the place that had nurtured her spirit and allowed her to flourish. But Elias's words awakened a curiosity, echoing the dreams she once held before her encounter with Maeve. Together, they began mapping out plans to explore the lands beyond, to seek out the unknown with open hearts. Yet Seraphina knew her journey was not just about physical travel. It was about expanding her horizons within and sharing the magic of transformation that she had discovered. As the village prepared for the harvest festival, Seraphina and Elias set out on their journey, promising to return with stories and treasures from afar. The villagers gathered to see them off, their hearts filled with hope and anticipation. Seraphina's heart swelled with gratitude for her home, knowing that she carried its essence with her, a beacon guiding her through whatever lay ahead. The path they took wound through dense forests and open meadows, the landscape shifting with each step into realms unknown. Seraphina felt the earth rhythm beneath her feet, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. With each sunrise, she embraced the lessons of the past and the promise of the future, her spirit unfurling like the morning glories that adorned her garden back home. As they ventured into the vast, uncharted world, Seraphina realized that her journey was not just hers alone. It was a tapestry woven with the stories of everyone she had touched and would touch. Her heart, once a garden of untapped potential, was now a vibrant landscape of endless possibilities, ready to bloom in ways she had never imagined. On one of their many stops, they came across a small village not unlike Seraphina's own, where people gathered around a central square. There, an artist was painting a mural on the side of a weathered building, capturing the history and spirit of the community. Watching him, Seraphina felt a deep connection to the scene. She understood the power of capturing stories and preserving the essence of a place through art. She and Elias joined the townspeople, sharing their tales of transformation and magic, which the artist promised to incorporate into his mural as a tribute to their journey. As the mural took shape, Seraphina felt the pieces of her own story fall into place. She realized that her journey was not just a search for adventure, but a quest to find her role in the world, a role that involved connecting with others, inspiring change, and celebrating the beauty of life's transformations. Seraphina and Elias continued their journey, their hearts full of the stories they had gathered and shared. With each new place they visited, they left a piece of themselves behind, knowing that they were part of a larger tapestry of life, woven together by the magic of transformation and the boundless potential of the human spirit. Story 4. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between gentle rolling hills and ancient whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Windlebrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, ivy-clad cottages, and gardens bursting with fragrant blooms. The scent of lavender and honeysuckle mingled with the crisp, earthy aroma of freshly turned soil, creating a symphony of fragrances that danced on the soft breeze. At night, the air shimmered with the faint glow of starlight, and the soft hoot of owls harmonized with the rustle of leaves, creating a lullaby for all who dwelled there. In this serene setting, life was usually predictable and peaceful. The villagers went about their daily routines with a comforting rhythm, their lives intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees surrounding them. Mrs. Hargrove, the village baker, could be seen every morning through her shop window, kneading dough with hands that moved like poetry in motion. Old Mr. Withers, the blacksmith, worked diligently beside the forge, the rhythmic clang of metal against metal, a familiar sound that echoed through the alleyways. But recently, a series of strange occurrences had stirred the calm waters of Windlebrook. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their beloved village clock tower's hands spinning wildly, pointing in every direction except the correct one. The clock, a gift from a long-past generation, had always kept perfect time, and its sudden mischief was both puzzling and unsettling. Among the villagers was young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with a heart full of curiosity and a mind that loved puzzles. He lived with his grandmother, who was known for her gentle wisdom and the sweetest apple pies in the land. Her small cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, was a haven of warmth, with its thatched roof and windowsills adorned with pots of vibrant marigolds. Finn was determined to solve the mystery of the mischievous clock tower, for he felt sure it was more than just a mechanical failure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves crunched beneath his feet, Finn set out to explore the village. His breath formed small clouds in the chilly air as he hoped to find clues that might explain the clock's strange behavior. His first stop was the meadow where the fairies were known to dance. The fairies, tiny and luminous, flitted about like living jewels, their laughter a tinkling melody that filled the air. The meadow itself was a riot of color, with wildflowers swaying gently like a sea of vibrant hues under the morning sun. "Good morning, fair folk," Finn called out, his voice gentle and respectful. "Have you seen anything unusual near the clock tower?" A particularly vibrant fairy named Leora paused mid-flight, her wings shimmering in hues of sapphire and emerald. The iridescent light they cast painted the ground beneath in a kaleidoscope of colors. "Ah, young Finn," she chimed, her voice as light as a breeze. "We've noticed a peculiar energy around the clock tower. It hums with a magic not of our own, but we cannot tell its source." Thanking the fairies for their insight, Finn continued on to the home of Master Alder, the village's resident wizard. Master Alder was a kindly old man with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled like stars. His cozy cottage was filled with the comforting scent of herbs and the soft glow of candlelight. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with scrolls and vials of mysterious potions that shimmered whenever the light caught them just right. "Master Alder," Finn greeted with a polite bow, "do you have any idea what might be causing the clock tower's mischief?" The wizard stroked his beard thoughtfully, his fingers brushing against the soft fabric of his robe. "There is a magic in Windlebrook older than the village itself, young Finn," he replied, his voice deep and calming, resonating with the weight of years. "Sometimes the land's magic seeks to communicate. Perhaps the clock tower has become its voice." Intrigued by the thought, Finn thanked Master Alder and decided to pay a visit to the wise old oak tree at the edge of the village. The oak, known to all as Grandfather Oak, was said to harbor the oldest spirit of the forest. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. The tree stood as a sentinel, its presence a comforting constant in a world of change. As Finn approached, he felt the air grow still and warm, as if the tree itself was listening. He placed a hand on the rough bark and spoke softly. "Grandfather Oak, do you know why our clock tower spins so wildly?" For a moment there was silence, and then the leaves rustled in a gentle breeze, carrying with them a whisper. "Seek the hidden stone beneath the tower," the voice seemed to say, as soft and ancient as the soil itself. Filled with a renewed sense of purpose, Finn hurried back to the village square where the clock tower stood tall and proud, its hands still dancing erratically. He knelt down, peering closely at the cobblestones that lined the base of the tower. After a careful search, he noticed a stone that was slightly different from the rest. A faint glow pulsed beneath it, as if a heartbeat thrummed within. With gentle fingers, Finn pried the stone loose. Beneath it lay a small, radiant crystal, pulsing softly with a warm, golden light. As he lifted the crystal, the clock tower's hands immediately stilled, settling back into their rightful positions. The air around him seemed to sigh with relief. Finn marveled at the crystal's beauty, its light soothing and pure. He understood that this was the magic of the land, a piece of its heart, which had somehow slipped from its resting place. Carefully, he replaced the stone, ensuring the crystal was safely nestled once more. As he stood back, the village seemed to exhale in contentment. The clock chimed the hour, its notes ringing clear and true across Windlebrook. Finn smiled, feeling the warm glow of accomplishment, knowing he had helped restore the balance. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Finn sat beside his grandmother by the hearth. The fire crackled softly, its warmth wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. His grandmother, her eyes twinkling with pride, handed him a slice of her famous apple pie. "Well done, my dear Finn," she said, her voice a gentle caress. "You've shown that with kindness and curiosity, even the most puzzling mysteries can be solved." Finn beamed, savoring the sweetness of the pie and the satisfaction of his day's adventure. Outside, the stars began to twinkle, and the village of Windlebrook settled into the comforting embrace of night, its magic once again in harmony. As the fire flickered and cast dancing shadows upon the walls, Finn began to feel the weight of the day's events settling upon him. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he held the glowing crystal, and he realized that the magic of Windlebrook was not just in the land, but in its people, their stories, their history, and their connection to the world around them. The following morning, as dawn painted the sky in soft shades of lavender and gold, Finn awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. He decided to learn more about the history of Windlebrook and the magic that flowed through it like a hidden river. His first stop was the village library, a quaint little building nestled between the bakery and the blacksmith shop. The library was a treasure trove of knowledge, with shelves brimming with leather-bound volumes and dusty scrolls. Miss Alara, the village librarian, was a gentle soul with a passion for stories and a knack for finding just the right book for every curious mind. She greeted Finn with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Good morning, Finn," she said, her voice soft and welcoming. "What brings you here today?" Finn explained his newfound interest in the village's history and the magic that seemed to pulse beneath its surface. Miss Alara nodded knowingly and led him to a section of the library filled with tomes about the village's past. "These books might help you understand Windlebrook's magic," she said, pulling a particularly old and weathered volume from the shelf. The cover was embossed with a symbol that looked remarkably similar to the crystal Finn had discovered. This one contains stories of the village's founding and the magic that has always protected it. As Finn delved into the pages of the book, he uncovered tales of the first settlers of Windlebrook, who had been guided to the land by the whispers of the wind and the glow of the stars. They had discovered a powerful source of magic within the earth and had built their village around it, always mindful to live in harmony with the natural world. The stories spoke of times when the magic had been disturbed, causing the land to react in mysterious ways, much like the clock tower's recent behavior. Each time, it had been the villagers' respect for their home and their willingness to listen to its voice that had restored balance. Inspired by these tales, Finn began to understand the deeper connection between the villagers and their land. He realized that the magic of Windlebrook was not just a force to be reckoned with, but a guardian to be cherished and respected. It was a part of their identity, a living tapestry woven from the threads of their lives. With this newfound understanding, Finn felt a sense of belonging and a responsibility to protect the magic of Windlebrook for future generations. He knew that he would continue to learn and grow, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, as the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its golden light over the village, Finn set out to share his discoveries with the villagers. Together, they would celebrate the magic of Windlebrook, honoring the land and the stories that made it their home. In the weeks that followed, Finn became a bridge between the old tales and the new generation, organizing gatherings where the villagers could share their own experiences and knowledge about the magic that surrounded them. The village square, once just a place of routine, now pulsed with a new sense of community and purpose. One evening, as the villagers gathered under the canopy of stars, Finn stood beside Master Alder, who smiled at him with pride. "You've done well, young Finn," the wizard said, his voice barely more than a whisper above the gentle murmur of the crowd. "You've reminded us all of the importance of listening to the land and each other." Finn nodded, feeling the weight of his role and the warmth of his community's trust. As the villagers shared stories and laughter, a A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the promise of harmony and the enduring magic of Windlebrook. And so, Windlebrook continued to thrive, its heart beating in time with the magic that had once been hidden but was now understood and cherished by all. As the village embraced its legacy, Finn found himself at the heart of a new tradition, one where the stories of the past intertwined with the dreams of the future, weaving a tapestry that would guide Windlebrook for generations to come. Story 5. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient woods, there was a little shop filled with wonders and curiosities. Its sign, worn and weathered by the passage of time, read simply, "Fern's Finds." Inside, every nook and cranny brimmed with dust-covered trinkets, gleaming crystals, and peculiar artifacts that whispered stories of distant lands. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and beeswax, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender that Fern, the shopkeeper, used to keep the energy of the shop vibrant. Fern herself was a woman of mystery, with eyes like deep pools that seemed to hold the secrets of the world. Her voice was a soothing melody, and she moved with an ethereal grace, as though she were a part of the very magic her shop contained. Fern had a knack for knowing exactly what each visitor needed, even if they themselves were unaware of it. On an early autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced on a crisp breeze outside, a gentle soul named Lily stepped into the shop. Lily was known in the village for her tender heart and curious spirit. She was a weaver by trade, creating tapestries that held the colors of the dawn and the textures of dreams. Her hands, calloused from years of weaving, were an artist's hands, capable of bringing to life the softest of whispers from the threads she used. Yet, despite the beauty she spun into the world, Lily felt an unspoken yearning inside her, a call to discover something beyond her loom, a longing that sometimes kept her awake at night, staring at the stars. As she wandered the aisles of Fern's Finds, Lily's fingers brushed against a tapestry she had never seen before. It was tucked away on a high shelf, its edges curling with age. The tapestry depicted a serene landscape, a shimmering lake under a starlit sky, surrounded by towering trees whose leaves seemed to twinkle with a life of their own, as if each leaf was a tiny lantern, illuminating hidden truths. Lily felt a pull towards this tapestry, as if the threads themselves were singing a song only her heart could hear. She carefully took it down, and as her hands traced the intricate designs, she noticed something peculiar. Woven into the fabric were tiny, glimmering threads that seemed to pulse with an inner light, like tiny rivers of moonlight flowing through the tapestry. Intrigued, Lily purchased the tapestry and brought it home. That night, as she hung it on the wall of her cozy cottage, a soft glow emanated from the threads, casting gentle patterns of light that danced across the room. The glow was warm and inviting, as if the tapestry was a living entity, welcoming her into its world. As she sat in her favorite chair, sipping a warm cup of chamomile tea, Lily's eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a peaceful sleep. In her dreams, the tapestry came alive. The lake shimmered under a velvety sky, and the stars twinkled like friendly eyes. From the depths of the forest emerged a figure, a wise old owl with feathers as silver as moonlight. The owl perched beside Lily and spoke in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Dear Lily," the owl began, "this tapestry is a gateway to a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. It has chosen you for a journey of discovery and wonder." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "But what must I do?" she asked, her voice a mere echo in the vastness of the dreamscape. The owl's eyes twinkled with kindness. "Simply follow your heart and trust in the wisdom you possess. You will meet friends along the way, each with their own gifts to share. Together, you will uncover the secrets of this tapestry and the magic it holds." With that, the owl spread its wings, and Lily found herself gently lifted from her slumber, transported into the tapestry's world. She stood at the edge of the shimmering lake, the night air filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine and the soft rustle of leaves. The ground beneath her feet felt alive, a tapestry of its own, woven with roots and stones, telling stories of the earth. As she took her first steps along a moonlit path, Lily encountered a playful fox with a coat of fiery red and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. The fox introduced itself as Jasper and offered to be her guide through the enchanted forest. With Jasper by her side, Lily felt a warmth in her heart, as if she had found a friend she had known all along. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the gentle murmur of a stream, the rustle of leaves as if they were sharing secrets, and the distant hoot of an owl keeping watch. Along the way, they met a gentle deer named Fern, whose antlers were adorned with delicate vines and blossoms. Fern spoke of harmony and balance, teaching Lily to listen to the rhythms of nature and her own inner voice. As their journey continued, Lily discovered that the tapestry's magic lay in the simple moments of connection and understanding. Each encounter was a thread in the larger tapestry of life, woven with love, friendship, and wisdom. The landscape around her seemed to change with her mood, reflecting the harmony she was beginning to find within herself. One day, as they reached the heart of the forest, they encountered a challenge, a seemingly impassable thicket of brambles blocking their path. The brambles were dense and thorny, a barrier that could not be overcome by force. Lily paused, her mind racing for a solution. Jasper, ever the playful spirit, suggested a game of riddles, while Fern pondered the beauty hidden within the brambles. Inspired by her friend's perspectives, Lily realized that the answer lay not in pushing through the thicket, but in understanding its nature. With a gentle touch, she began to weave a melody with her voice, singing a song of peace and harmony. The brambles, responsive to the music, slowly unfurled, revealing a hidden path bathed in dappled sunlight. The light danced upon the path, leading them deeper into the mystery of the forest, as if guiding them towards the heart of the tapestry itself. Their journey continued, each step bringing new discoveries and deeper insights. As they reached the tapestry's edge where the lake met the stars, Lily felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered not only the magic within the tapestry, but the magic within herself, the ability to see beyond the ordinary and embrace the wonder of the world. However, the tapestry had one last secret to reveal. As they lingered by the lake, the water began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a glowing orb of light. It hovered before Lily, pulsating gently. Beside her, Jasper and Fern gazed in awe. "This is the heart of the tapestry," said Fern, her voice laced with reverence. "It holds the essence of all that is magical in this realm." Lily reached out, her fingers brushing the orb. As she did, a warmth enveloped her, and visions flooded her mind, visions of her village, her loom, and the lives she touched with her art. She saw the potential for magic in every corner of her world, hidden in the mundane and waiting to be uncovered. The orb's light dimmed, settling into a soft glow that nestled in Lily's heart. With newfound clarity, she understood the tapestry's true gift, the power to perceive the extraordinary within the ordinary, a gift she could carry back to her world. With a heart full of gratitude, Lily returned to her own world, the tapestry now a cherished companion in her home. Its glow reminded her every day of the journey she had taken and the friends she had made. The tapestry became a centerpiece in her cottage, a luminous reminder of a world where dreams and reality intertwined. As Lily continued weaving her tapestries, she began incorporating subtle patterns she had learned in the enchanted forest. Her work now held an ethereal quality, as if the threads themselves carried whispers of the magical realm she had visited. Villagers soon noticed the transformation, drawn to the new depth and mystery in her creations. One evening, as Lily sat by her fireplace, she felt a familiar pull from the tapestry. The threads shimmered more brightly than ever, as if inviting her once more into its enchanted world. With a smile, she reached out, knowing that new adventures awaited her, and that the tapestry's magic would forever be a part of her life. A bridge between realms, connecting her to the extraordinary that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As she touched the tapestry, a new scene unfurled before her eyes, a village not unlike Willowbrook, yet its people were strangely familiar. They moved with a grace and purpose, their hands weaving tapestries of light and shadow, their lives intertwined with mystical threads. Lily realized that this was not just another adventure. It was a reflection of her world, a mirror that showed her the potential for magic in everyday life. Guided by her newfound understanding, she walked through this new realm, meeting artisans and storytellers, each sharing tales of their own journeys. These encounters deepened her appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things, and she felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as if she were finally home. And so, Lily continued to explore this new world, her heart open to the wonders it held, knowing that the tapestry's magic was not confined to a single realm, but was a thread that wove through all of existence, linking dreams and reality, the ordinary and the extraordinary, in a tapestry of infinite possibilities. One day, as she wandered through this mirrored village, she met an elderly weaver named Ilara. Her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless stories, and her fingers danced gracefully over a loom made of starlight. Ilara's tapestries seemed to capture moments from across time, each thread a memory, each pattern a lesson. Ilara smiled warmly at Lily, recognizing a kindred spirit. "You have journeyed far, dear one," she said, her voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "Would you like to learn the secret of weaving dreams into reality?" Intrigued, Lily nodded, eager to learn from the master weaver. As they worked side by side, Ilara taught Lily to listen with her heart, to feel the rhythm of life in the threads, and to weave her intentions into every piece she created. With each lesson, Lily felt her understanding deepen, her connection to both worlds growing stronger. As the sun set over the mirrored village, casting a warm golden light over everything, Lily realized that she was no longer a visitor in this realm, but a part of it. Her journey with the tapestry had come full circle, transforming her from within and revealing the magic that had always been a part of her. With Ilara's guidance, Lily crafted a final tapestry, one that captured the essence of her journey and the lessons she had learned. It shimmered with the colors of dawn, the textures of dreams, and the light of 1,000 stars. It was a tapestry of hope and wonder, a gift to both her worlds. And as she returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of gratitude and joy, she knew that the tapestry's magic would continue to weave its way through her life. She had discovered the extraordinary within the ordinary, and in doing so, had uncovered the true beauty of her world. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, Lily's tapestries became cherished heirlooms, passed down through generations, each one a reminder of the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her stories inspired others to seek their adventures, to find the beauty in everyday life, and to embrace the wonder that connects us all. And so, as the years passed and the seasons turned, Lily's spirit remained forever enriched by the journey she had taken through the tapestry of dreams, her heart open to the infinite possibilities of life. Yet the story of her tapestry didn't end there. One winter evening, as snowflakes danced outside her window, Lily sat weaving beside the warm glow of the fire. The tapestry on her wall shimmered softly, as if whispering secrets to the flickering flames. Suddenly, an idea blossomed in her mind, a vision of a school where the art of weaving and the magic of storytelling could be taught to young souls eager to learn. Excited by the prospect, Lily shared her vision with Fern, who had become a dear friend over the years. Fern's eyes sparkled with approval. "The world needs more dreamers, Lily. Your gift can inspire a new generation to see the magic in their own lives." With Fern's encouragement, Lily began to transform her cottage into a school. She cleared a space by the window where the light was best, setting up looms of varying sizes. Word spread throughout Willowbrook, and soon children from the village and beyond came to learn from the master weaver herself. As Lily taught them to weave, she shared tales from her journeys, stories of foxes and owls, enchanted forests, and mysterious orbs of light. Each lesson was an adventure, and each tapestry they created was a testament to the magic they discovered within themselves. In time, the school became a cornerstone of the village, a place where creativity flourished and dreams took flight. And as Lily watched her students grow and create, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that the tapestry's magic would live on through them, weaving the threads of hope and wonder into the fabric of their lives. Thus, Lily's legacy continued, her spirit entwined with the heart of Willowbrook, a reminder that the extraordinary is always within reach, just waiting to be discovered. 6. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow like the gentle streams that wove their way through the meadows, and where the air always carried the scent of blooming wildflowers. The village was known for its timeless beauty, its ancient oak trees that stood as guardians over the land, and its people, who were as kind-hearted as they were wise. Anwen, with her chestnut hair that danced in the wind and eyes the color of the deepest part of the forest, was a curious soul. She spent her days exploring the woods, where the leaves whispered secrets and the rivers sang songs of old. Her best friend, a small mischievous squirrel named Pip, was her constant companion. Pip had fur the color of cinnamon and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Together, they would set off on adventures, with Anwen leading the way and Pip scampering behind, his tiny paws pattering on the forest floor. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the treetops with golden light, Anwen and Pip wandered deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. The forest was alive with the soft rustling of creatures starting their day and the gentle hum of nature's symphony. As they walked, Anwen's attention was caught by something unusual, a glimmer of light peeking through the dense undergrowth. Curiosity piqued, Anwen parted the branches and discovered a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an old, twisted tree, its bark silvered with age, and in its gnarled roots, half buried in the soft earth, lay a shimmering object. Anwen approached it with a sense of wonder. As she brushed away the dirt, the object revealed itself to be a mirror, round and smooth, set in a frame of intricate silver vines and leaves. It was unlike anything Anwen had ever seen. The mirror seemed to hum with a gentle, inviting magic. When Anwen looked into it, she didn't see her own reflection. Instead, she saw a world filled with vibrant colors and strange, beautiful creatures. There were forests of silver trees, rivers of gold, and skies that shimmered with hues of lavender and teal. It was a world that seemed to call out to her, a world that promised adventure and mystery. Pip chattered excitedly, his little paws dancing with eagerness. Anwen, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension, reached out to touch the mirror. As her fingers brushed the cool surface, a soft wind swirled around her, lifting her hair like a halo. The world around her seemed to dissolve, and she felt herself being pulled into the mirror, with Pip clinging tightly to her shoulder. In an instant, they found themselves standing in the very world they had seen in the mirror. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sky was a tapestry of colors that shifted and changed with every breath. The ground beneath their feet was soft, like moss, and the trees glowed with an inner light that made the whole forest shimmer. Anwen and Pip were awestruck by the beauty of this new world. But as they marveled at their surroundings, they realized they weren't alone. A gentle laughter, like the tinkling of bells, reached their ears. From behind a nearby tree stepped a small, ethereal creature. It was a sprite, with wings like those of a dragonfly, shimmering in the light. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, and her eyes were as bright as stars. "Welcome, travelers," the sprite said, her voice as soft as a breeze. "I am Lila, guardian of this realm. You have been chosen by the Mirror of Worlds." Anwen, recovering from her initial surprise, smiled warmly. "Hello, Lila. I'm Anwen, and this is Pip. We didn't mean to intrude." Lyra laughed again, a sound that seemed to make the very leaves dance. "You are not intruding. The mirror only reveals itself to those with a pure heart and a curious spirit. You are meant to be here." Anwen's heart swelled with joy. She had always dreamed of discovering new worlds, and now she was living that dream. But she also sensed that this journey would not be without its challenges. "Why have we been brought here?" Anwen asked, her voice filled with wonder and a hint of concern. Lyra's expression grew serious, though her eyes remained kind. "This world, our world, is in need of your help. A shadow has fallen over our land, and the balance of magic is threatened. We need someone wise and brave, someone who can see beyond the surface and into the heart of things." Anwen felt a thrill of excitement mingled with a sense of responsibility. She had always wanted to make a difference, and now it seemed she had the chance. "What must we do?" she asked, her voice steady. Lyra beckoned them to follow, her wings glistening as she led them deeper into the forest. As they walked, the trees whispered secrets, and the path glowed faintly beneath their feet. Pip scampered along, his eyes wide with curiosity and determination. "The shadow that plagues our land comes from the heart of the forest," Lyra explained. "An ancient tree, older than time itself, holds the source of our world's magic. But its heart has been poisoned by darkness. To restore the balance, you must journey to the heart and cleanse it." Anwen nodded, feeling the weight of the task ahead. But she also felt a sense of purpose, a certainty that she was where she was meant to be. As they walked, she noticed the land changing. The vibrant colors began to fade, replaced by dull, muted tones. The air grew colder, and the sweet scent of blossoms was replaced by a musty, oppressive odor. Finally, they reached the edge of a vast, shadowed clearing. In the center stood the heart of the forest, an enormous tree whose branches reached toward the heavens. But its bark was blackened, and its leaves hung limp and lifeless. The ground around it was barren, devoid of the vibrant life that had filled the rest of the realm. Anwen felt a pang of sadness at the sight, but also a fierce determination. She turned to Lyra. "How do we cleanse the heart?" Lyra handed Anwen a small vial filled with a glowing silvery liquid. "This is the essence of light. It is drawn from the purest magic of our world. Pour it into the heart of the tree, and it will cleanse the darkness." Anwen took the vial, feeling its warmth seep through her fingers. She approached the tree, Pip beside her. As she neared, she could feel the oppressive weight of the darkness, a cold, heavy presence that seemed to seep into her very bones. With a deep breath, Anwen climbed the tree, her fingers finding purchase on its rough bark. As she reached the top, she found a hollow, the heart of the tree. The darkness there was thick and swirling, like a storm contained within its depths. Taking the vial, Anwen poured the essence of light into the hollow. As the liquid touched the darkness, there was a blinding flash of light. Anwen closed her eyes against the brilliance, feeling the warmth spreading through the tree, banishing the cold and the dark. When she opened her eyes, the tree was transformed. Its bark was now a rich, warm brown, and its leaves shimmered with vibrant hues. The ground around it was lush and green, alive with flowers and the gentle hum of life. The oppressive air had lifted, replaced by a gentle, refreshing breeze. Lyra, who had watched from below, now flew up to join them, her wings a blur of light. "You have done it, Anwen. The balance is restored." Anwen smiled, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and peace. She had helped heal this beautiful world, and in doing so, had found her own place within it. As they made their way back through the now vibrant forest, Anwen felt a change within herself. She had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, wiser. The journey had changed her, and she knew she would carry the lessons she had learned with her always. When they reached the glade where the mirror awaited, Anwen turned to Lyra. "Thank you for trusting us with this task. I will never forget this place." Lyra smiled, her eyes filled with warmth. "The mirror will always be here, Anwen. You are welcome to return whenever your heart calls you." With a final farewell, Anwen and Pip stepped through the mirror, the world of magic and wonder fading into the familiar sights and sounds of Willowbrook. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village, and the air was filled with the comforting sense of home. Anwen looked at Pip, who chattered happily on her shoulder. They shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of friendship and adventure. They had faced the unknown together and had come out stronger for it. As Anwen made her way home, she felt a sense of contentment and joy. She had discovered a hidden world, formed unexpected friendships, and overcome challenges with wisdom and courage. And though the adventure had come to an end, she knew it was only the beginning of many more. That night, as Anwen lay in her bed, the gentle sounds of the village lulling her to sleep, she dreamed of silver trees and golden rivers, of skies that shimmered with colors beyond imagination. And in her heart, she carried the warmth of a world saved, a world that would always be a part of her. In the days that followed, Anwen often found herself gazing into the forest, a secret smile playing on her lips. She knew that just beyond the trees, a world of magic awaited, a world where anything was possible, and where the bonds of friendship and courage could overcome any darkness. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit ready for adventure, Anwen lived her life in Willowbrook, always ready for the next story to unfold, the next journey to begin. and in the quiet moments when the stars twinkled in the night sky, she would remember the world she had helped save and the friends she had made, knowing that the magic of the mirror was always just a breath away. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary, she harbored a secret gift, the ability to communicate with the trees that surrounded her. From the moment she could toddle, Willow felt an inexplicable connection to the towering oaks, the whispering willows, and the majestic pines. Their rustling leaves and creaking branches seemed to whisper secrets that only she could decipher. As she grew older, this bond deepened, and she found solace in the embrace of the verdant woodlands. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a gnarled oak tree, a smooth round stone lay half buried in the fallen leaves. Drawn to its iridescent sheen, she picked it up and gasped as warmth radiated through her fingertips. In that moment, the trees around her seemed to come alive, their voices growing louder and more insistent. "Willow, you have been chosen," the oak tree whispered. "That stone holds the key to unlocking the hidden world within our realm." Bewildered but intrigued, Willow clutched the stone tightly, its pulsing warmth assuring her that this was no ordinary find. The trees urged her to embark on a journey, one that would not only reveal the secrets of their world, but also change her forever. With a heart full of trepidation and excitement, Willow set off into the forest's depths, guided by the whispers of her arboreal friends. As she delved deeper, the world around her began to shift and transform. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in ethereal beams, and the bird song took on a melodic quality she had never heard before. Suddenly, a shimmering veil of mist appeared before her, swirling and beckoning her forward. Without hesitation, Willow stepped through, and her breath caught in her throat. She had entered a realm beyond her wildest dreams, a hidden world within the forest itself. Towering trees stretched towards a canopy of ever-shifting colors, their branches intertwining in intricate patterns. Sparkling streams wound their way through verdant glades, and the air was alive with the hum of unseen creatures. Willow's senses were overwhelmed by the sheer beauty and magic of this place. As she wandered in awe, she encountered beings she had never imagined, dryads, sprites, and ancient tree guardians, all living in harmony with the forest. They welcomed her warmly, for they had been awaiting her arrival. "Willow, you are the chosen one," a majestic oak spirit proclaimed. "The stone you carry holds the power to heal and protect our realm. But first, you must embark on a journey of self-discovery and growth." With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends and set off on a path that would challenge her in ways she could never have foreseen. Along the way, she encountered obstacles and trials that tested her courage, her wisdom, and her compassion. In one harrowing encounter, she found herself lost in a labyrinth of thorns, her path obscured by the tangled vines. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a tiny mouse appeared, offering to guide her through the maze in exchange for a promise of friendship. Willow readily agreed, and together they navigated the treacherous path, forging an unlikely bond that defied expectations. In another trial, Willow stumbled upon a clearing where a once mighty oak lay toppled, its roots exposed and withering. A grief-stricken dryad wept beside it, her tears unable to revive the fallen giant. Moved by the dryad's sorrow, Willow instinctively grasped the magical stone, and its warmth pulsed through her veins. To her astonishment, tendrils of verdant life began to emerge from the withered roots, coiling around the fallen trunk and breathing new life into the ancient oak. With each challenge she overcame, Willow felt herself changing, growing stronger and wiser. The stone's power amplified her connection to the forest, and she found herself able to communicate with the very essence of nature itself. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Willow found herself back in the heart of the hidden realm. The oak spirit greeted her, pride shining in its ancient eyes. "You have proven yourself worthy, Willow," it intoned. "The stone's power is now yours to wield, for you have learned the true meaning of compassion, courage, and harmony with nature." In that moment, Willow understood that her journey had been one of personal transformation. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a powerful guardian of the forest, her destiny intertwined with the very essence of life itself. From that day forward, Willow became the protector of the hidden realm, using the stone's magic to nurture and heal the land. She forged unbreakable bonds with the spirits and creatures that called the forest home, and together they maintained a delicate balance that ensured the well-being of all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow's legend spread far and wide, inspiring generations to come with tales of a young girl who discovered her true calling within the whispering boughs of an ancient forest. For in the end, Willow's journey had taught her that the greatest magic of all lies not in spells or enchantments, but in the unwavering power of friendship, compassion, and a deep reverence for the natural world that sustains us all. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her kind heart and curious nature, always wandering the fields and forests, collecting treasures that others might overlook. Her home, a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls, was filled with the soft glow of candlelight and the comforting aroma of herbal teas. One crisp autumn afternoon, as amber leaves danced in the breeze, Leora set out to explore an ancient forest that lay beyond the village. The forest was a tapestry of rich greens and browns, with sunlight dappling through the canopy and the smell of earth and moss hanging in the air. As she wandered deeper, the world around her seemed to grow quieter, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot. It was in this serene silence that Leora stumbled upon something peculiar. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. The box was adorned with delicate engravings of stars and spirals, and it pulsed with a warmth that seemed to speak of hidden wonders. With her heart alight with curiosity, Leora gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a strange yet welcoming energy radiate from it. Returning home with her newfound treasure, Leora couldn't resist the urge to open the box. As she lifted the lid, a soft, shimmering light spilled out, casting gentle hues of gold and silver across the room. Inside, she found a simple, yet extraordinary object, a small glass orb that seemed to hold within it a swirling galaxy of stars. As Leora gazed into the orb, she felt a gentle tugging at her senses, as if the stars themselves were whispering secrets. It was then that she realized the orb held a magical ability, the power to reveal hidden truths and possibilities. Her heart swelled with wonder, and she knew this was a gift to be cherished and used wisely. Determined to understand the orb's purpose, Leora embarked on a journey of discovery. She sought the wisdom of an old friend, Inara, who lived on the edge of the village. Inara was a wise and gentle elder, known for her deep connection to nature and her understanding of magic. Her cottage was a sanctuary of warmth, filled with the scent of lavender and the soft glow of firelight. Inara welcomed Leora with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. As Leora shared her discovery, Inara listened intently, her fingers tracing the patterns on the box. "This orb," Inara said softly, "holds the power to see beyond the surface, to understand the true nature of things. It is a gift of insight, to be used with care and compassion." With Inara's guidance, Leora began to explore the orb's abilities. She discovered that by gazing into its depths, she could see the hidden beauty in the world around her, the vibrant soul of a withered tree, the unspoken dreams of the villagers, the quiet strength in the smallest of creatures. The orb taught her to look beyond appearances, to find wonder and potential in the ordinary. As the days passed, Leora's newfound wisdom began to touch the lives of those around her. She helped her neighbors see the beauty in their everyday lives, encouraging them to embrace their own hidden talents and dreams. Her gentle words and understanding heart brought warmth and light to the village, much like the orb itself. But one day, a challenge arose that tested Leora's newfound insight. A terrible drought had befallen the village, threatening the crops and the well-being of the villagers. The fields lay parched under the relentless sun, and a sense of despair hung heavy in the air. The villagers, desperate for a solution, gathered in the village square, their faces etched with worry. Leora, feeling the weight of their fears, stepped forward. Taking the orb in her hands, she gazed deeply into its swirling depths, seeking guidance. The stars within the orb seemed to shimmer with urgency, revealing a vision of the forest and a hidden spring, long forgotten but still flowing with life-giving water. With renewed hope, Leora led the villagers on a journey through the forest, guided by the orb's gentle light. The path was not easy, winding through dense thickets and over rocky terrain, but the villagers, inspired by Leora's determination and the orb's promise, pressed on with hearts full of hope. At last, they reached the hidden spring, its clear waters bubbling up from the earth, a gift of life waiting to be shared. The villagers rejoiced, their spirits lifted by the discovery. With buckets and barrels, they carried the precious water back to the village, nurturing the fields and reviving the crops. As the village flourished once more, Leora knew that the true magic of the orb lay not in its ability to reveal secrets, but in the way it had inspired her to see the world with new eyes, to find strength in community, and to trust in the possibilities that lay beyond the surface. In gratitude, the villagers gathered to celebrate their newfound prosperity. Under the starlit sky, they shared stories and laughter, their hearts aglow with the warmth of friendship and hope. Leora stood among them, her heart filled with a quiet joy, knowing that she had found her true gift, the ability to see the beauty in the ordinary and the power to inspire others to do the same. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and the villagers embraced the future with open hearts, ready to face whatever challenges might come their way, guided by the light of wisdom and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Leora returned to her cottage, the orb resting gently on her mantle, a quiet reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in the world. She settled into her chair by the crackling fire, the warmth and light enveloping her like a comforting embrace. With a contented sigh, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the possibilities of tomorrow. And so, the village thrived, nourished by the lessons of the past and the promise of the future, forever touched by the magic of discovery and the power of seeing beyond the ordinary. The gentle whisper of the wind through the trees seemed to echo a timeless truth, that true magic lies not in what we see, but in how we choose to see it. And in the quiet of the night, under a sky filled with twinkling stars, the world slumbered peacefully, wrapped in the comforting embrace of dreams and the promise of a new dawn. Story 9. In the gentle cradle of the whispering woods, where the soft murmur of leaves blended with the melody of twinkling streams, lay a hidden world that thrived under the protective canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines. This was a place where the morning mist wove silver around ancient trunks and the sunbeams danced through emerald canopies, painting dapples of light on the forest floor. It was here that magic lingered in every rustle of the breeze and every ripple in the pond. The heart of this enchanted realm was a clearing known only to a few, where the grass grew lush and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers. In the center of this clearing stood an old, grand oak, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of a sage in deep meditation. The tree was known as the Sentinel, and it was said to guard the secrets of the forest with wisdom unparalleled. Living nearby was a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was a child of the forest, having grown up exploring its winding paths and listening to the tales told by the wind. Lily's heart was as open as the blue sky, and she held a deep love for every creature that called the Whispering Woods home. Lily's constant companion was a small, silver-blue fox named Frost. His fur shimmered like the first frost of autumn, and his eyes twinkled with the mischief of 1,000 adventures. Frost was no ordinary fox. There was a sparkle about him that hinted at the magic coursing through his veins, a magic that connected him to the very soul of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like pieces of sunlight, Lily and Frost set out on their daily exploration. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the forest hummed with the quiet chatter of creatures preparing for the winter ahead. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Frost suddenly stopped, his ears perked up and eyes alert. "Do you hear that, Lily?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper in the rustling leaves. Lily paused, listening intently. At first she heard nothing but the gentle sigh of the wind and the distant call of a wood thrush. But then, faint and melodic, came a sound unlike any she had heard before, a tinkling like the chime of delicate bells carried on the breeze. "It's coming from the sentinel," Frost said, his voice tinged with awe. Together they made their way to the clearing where the grand oak stood, its branches swaying gently despite the still air. As they approached, Lily noticed something unusual. Nestled among the roots of the sentinel was a small, translucent orb, glowing softly with a light that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the earth. "What is it?" Lily breathed, kneeling down to inspect the orb more closely. It was cool to the touch, and as her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a warmth spreading through her, filling her with a sense of peace and wonder. Frost tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the orb's glow. "It's a heartstone," he said softly, "a rare and powerful object of magic. It holds the essence of the forest, the lifeblood of all that grows here." Lily looked at Frost, her heart swelling with the importance of what they had found. "What should we do with it?" "The heartstone must be protected," Frost replied. "If it falls into the wrong hands, it could bring great harm to our world." Lily nodded, understanding the gravity of their discovery. "Then we must keep it safe." But just as they resolved to guard the heartstone, a shadow fell across the clearing. From the depths of the woods emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, their eyes glinting with an icy light. It was Soren, a sorcerer known for his desire to harness the magic of the forest for his own gain. "Ah, I see you've found my prize," Soren said, his voice smooth as silk but cold as winter's breath. "Hand it over, child, and I may spare your precious forest." Lily stood her ground, clutching the heartstone to her chest. "This doesn't belong to you. The heartstone is the soul of the forest." Soren laughed, a sound like the crack of breaking ice. "The forest is but a means to an end, girl. With the heartstone I will command its power, and none shall stand in my way." The air grew tense, the forest holding its breath as the confrontation unfolded. Frost bared his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his throat. But before Soren could advance, the sentinel stirred. Its branches shook, releasing a cascade of leaves that shimmered like gold in the morning light, forming a barrier between the sorcerer and the children. "You shall not harm them," a deep, resonant voice boomed from the heart of the tree. It was the sentinel, awakened to protect the heartstone and the forest it cherished. Soren sneered, but he hesitated, knowing the power of the ancient tree. "This isn't over," he spat, retreating into the shadows from whence he came. Once Soren had vanished, the sentinel's branches relaxed, and the forest exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Lily and Frost looked at each other, their bond strengthened by the ordeal. "We must take the heartstone to the Valley of Echoes," Frost said, his voice steady with determination. "There, its magic will be amplified, and the forest will remain protected from Soren's grasp." Lily nodded, her resolve firm. Together they set out on their journey, the heartstone's gentle glow lighting their path as they ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The trail to the Valley of Echoes was long and winding, but Lily and Frost moved with purpose. The forest enveloped them in a tapestry of sights and sounds, a symphony of rustling leaves, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the distant call of a lone wolf echoing through the air. As they traveled, Lily marveled at the wonders of the forest she had never noticed before. She saw tiny mushrooms that glowed like lanterns in the dim underbrush, their caps painted with iridescent patterns. She heard the song of the brook as it danced over stones polished smooth by time, its waters as clear as crystal. And always, the heartstone pulsed with a steady rhythm, guiding them onward. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they reached a glen where the air shimmered with an ethereal light. Here the trees grew tall and slender, their trunks silvered with age, and their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the forest understood. In the center of the glen stood an ancient stone archway, covered in moss and lichen. Beyond it lay the Valley of Echoes, a place where the magic of the whispering woods resonated with a strength beyond measure. With a deep breath, Lily and Frost passed through the archway. The valley spread out before them, a vast expanse of rolling hills and meadows bathed in the glow of the setting sun. A river wound its way through the landscape, its surface sparkling like a ribbon of stars. And above, the sky stretched wide and endless, a canvas of twilight hues. At the heart of the valley stood a circle of standing stones, each one etched with runes that glowed with a pale blue light. It was here that the Heartstone's magic would be amplified, its power woven into the very fabric of the forest. Lily approached the circle, the Heartstone warm in her hands. As she stepped inside, she felt a surge of energy, a connection to the earth and sky, to every living thing that called the Whispering Woods home. She placed the Heartstone at the center of the circle, watching as its light grew brighter, spreading outward like ripples in a pond. The runes on the standing stones glowed in response, their light mingling with that of the Heartstone in a dance of magic and harmony. In that moment, Lily felt a sense of peace and belonging, a knowledge that she was part of something greater than herself. The forest was alive with magic, a living, breathing entity that pulsed with life in every leaf and stream. Frost joined her, his eyes reflecting the light of the Heartstone. "The forest is safe now," he said softly, a note of contentment in his voice. Lily smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the journey they had taken and the bond they had forged. "We did it," she whispered, feeling the weight of their accomplishment settling over her like a warm blanket. As night descended, the valley was transformed into a realm of dreams. The standing stones glowed softly in the moonlight, their magic a gentle hum in the cool night air. The river sang a lullaby as it flowed, its waters reflecting the stars that twinkled overhead. Lily and Frost lay on the grass, the Heartstone's glow a comforting presence beside them. They spoke of adventures yet to come, of the mysteries yet to be unraveled in the depths of the Whispering Woods. And as they drifted into sleep, the forest cradled them in its embrace, its magic a soothing balm that enveloped them in tranquility. In the days that followed, life in the Whispering Woods returned to its gentle rhythm. The leaves whispered secrets to the wind, the streams sang their endless song, and the creatures of the forest went about their lives in harmony. Lily and Frost continued their explorations, their bond deepened by their shared adventure. They knew that the forest held many secrets yet to be discovered, and they were eager to uncover them together. The Heartstone remained in the Valley of Echoes, its magic a constant presence that protected the forest and all who dwelled within it. It stood as a testament to the courage and friendship of a young girl and her silver-blue fox, a reminder of the power of love and the strength to be found in unity. And so the Whispering Woods thrived, its magic woven into the tapestry of life, a beacon of hope and wonder, in a world where the extraordinary was always just a heartbeat away. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of Lily and Frost became a cherished story among the creatures of the forest, a legend told by the wind and sung by the rivers. It was a story of friendship and bravery, of magic and wonder, that lived on in the hearts of all who called the Whispering Woods home. And somewhere deep in the forest, beneath the boughs of the sentinel, the Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, a guardian of the magic that thrived in the hidden world within the natural environment, a world where dreams were born and adventures awaited those with open hearts and curious spirits. The Whispering Woods continued to be a place of enchantment and mystery, a sanctuary for all who sought refuge in its embrace. The forest was alive with stories, each leaf and stone a testament to the wonders that lay within its boundaries. Lily and Frost's journey had changed them, instilling in them a deeper understanding of the magic that surrounded them and the importance of protecting it. They had learned that true strength lay not in power or possession, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to do what was right. As the sun set on another day, painting the sky in shades of amber and gold, Lily and Frost stood at the edge of the Valley of Echoes, watching as the Heartstone's light mingled with the last rays of the setting sun. "We'll always be here to protect the forest," Lily said, her voice filled with determination and love. "And the forest will always protect us," Frost replied, his eyes shining with the wisdom of 1,000 adventures. Together they turned and made their way back through the Whispering Woods, their footsteps light and hearts full. The forest welcomed them home, its magic a gentle hum that surrounded them in warmth and peace. And so, the story of Lily and Frost became a part of the Whispering Woods, a tale of magic and friendship that would be told for generations to come. A reminder that even in the face of darkness, light can always be found, and that the bonds of love and friendship are the true magic that guides us all. As they walked hand in paw, the forest whispered its secrets to them, its magic a constant presence in their lives. Together, they would continue to explore its wonders and protect its heart, knowing that their journey was far from over, and that each new day held the promise of new adventures and discoveries. For in the whispering woods, magic was real, and the Heartstone's light shone brightly, a beacon of hope and love in a world where dreams came true, and the extraordinary was always within reach. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in a valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-covered cottages, was a place where stories of old whispered through the leaves and danced in the flickering lamplight of dusk. Lila, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of dreams, loved nothing more than exploring the nooks and crannies of her little world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves twirled gently to the ground, Lila wandered to the edge of the village where an ancient oak stood, its roots sprawling like the fingers of a giant. Beneath the dappled shade of the oak, she noticed something peculiar sticking out from the earth, a small, tarnished key, glinting subtly in the soft sunlight. It was no ordinary key. Its bow was intricately designed with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as she turned it in her hand. Curiosity piqued, Lila slipped the key into her pocket and continued her walk, her mind alight with possibilities. That evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of sunset, she shared her discovery with her grandmother, a wise woman with a gentle smile and stories as ancient as the stars. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with mischief and mystery, "that key belongs to the whispering chest, a treasure lost to time, said to hold the secrets of the world." "But where is this chest?" Lila asked, her voice a whisper of wonder. Her grandmother leaned closer, the fire crackling softly in the hearth beside them. "The stories say it lies hidden in the enchanted forest, protected by the guardian of echoes. Only those with pure intent and a brave heart may find it." Inspired by her grandmother's tale, Lila resolved to seek the whispering chest. The next morning she set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in the silvery veil of mist. As she ventured into the enchanted forest, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle chorus of birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting the forest floor with patches of light and shadow. As she walked deeper into the woods, Lila encountered a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes sharp with intelligence. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, his voice smooth and warm. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Lila explained her quest, and the fox nodded sagely. "I will guide you," he offered, "for I know these woods well. But heed my advice. The path ahead is not as it seems." Grateful for the company, Lila followed the fox through the winding trails of the forest. Along the way, they met a wise old owl perched upon a branch who hooted softly as they approached. "Hoo-hoo, young one," the owl said, his voice deep and resonant. "The whispering chest has many secrets, but only the heart can unlock its true gifts." With the owl's words in mind, Lila continued her journey, her heart lightened by the companionship of her newfound friends. As they neared the heart of the forest, they encountered the guardian of echoes, a great stag with antlers that glistened like silver in the dappled light. "You seek the whispering chest," the stag intoned, his voice echoing like a gentle breeze through the trees. "To find it, you must answer a riddle. What is the greatest treasure that cannot be seen, only felt?" Lila pondered the stag's riddle, her mind weaving through the lessons her grandmother had shared over the years. She thought of the warmth of a hug, the joy of laughter, and the comfort of a kind word. Smiling softly, she answered, "Love. Love is the greatest treasure." The stag dipped his majestic head, acknowledging her wisdom. "You have answered well," he said, stepping aside to reveal a hidden grove where the whispering chest lay nestled among the roots of an ancient tree. With trembling hands, Lila inserted the key into the chest's lock, and with a soft click, the lid creaked open. Inside, instead of riches, she found a simple, glowing orb that pulsed with a gentle light. As she held it, warmth spread through her being, filling her with a profound sense of peace and understanding. The fox and the owl watched with approval as Lila realized the true gift of the whispering chest. It was not material wealth, but the gift of insight and love, a reminder of the beauty that resides within and around us. Thanking her friends, Lila returned to her village, her heart forever changed by the journey. She shared the lessons she had learned, spreading kindness and wisdom throughout the community. And so, the village thrived, bound together by the invisible threads of love and understanding. And as the years rolled gently forward, Lila grew into a wise woman herself, sharing stories by the fireside, her words weaving magic into the hearts of those who listened. And though the whispering chest remained hidden in the forest, its true treasure lived on in the lives and hearts of the villagers, as enduring as the stars that sparkled above. In this way, the tale of Lila and the whispering chest became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the power of love and the magic of a kind heart. And so, as the village slept under the watchful gaze of the moon, the world remained a little brighter, a little kinder, and forever enchanted. Story 11. On the edge of the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of golden wildflowers, there was a place whispered about only in the hushed tones of twilight tales, a place known as the Glimmering Grove. It was said to be a realm where the very air shimmered with an ethereal light, and the trees sang melodies to the moon. Few had ventured there, but those who did returned with stories of wonder and magic. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm amber glow over the village, a curious soul named Lila decided it was time to see the Glimmering Grove for herself. Lila was a gentle-hearted girl with eyes the color of honey and a spirit as adventurous as a summer breeze. She had always felt a pull toward the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar boundaries of her home. As she set forth on her journey, the path before her was lined with the rustling whispers of the leaves, their colors a tapestry of fiery reds and burnt oranges. The air was filled with the scent of earth and pine, and the distant call of a lone owl echoed through the trees, guiding her steps. Entering the grove was like stepping into a world painted with the hues of dreams. The trees seemed to reach up to the sky with limbs of silver, their leaves shimmering like thousands of tiny stars. The ground beneath her feet was soft, cushioned by layers of moss that glowed faintly under the canopy of twinkling lights. It was a place where the ordinary laws of nature seemed to pause, allowing magic to take its gentle hold. As Lila wandered deeper into the grove, she encountered creatures unlike any she had seen before. A family of luminescent rabbits darted across her path, their fur aglow with a gentle light. They paused to regard her with eyes as bright as emeralds before bounding away, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. Further along, she came across a small brook, its waters a mirror of the sky above, glistening with every color of the rainbow. Sitting by the brook was a creature with wings of delicate lace, resembling a dragonfly but larger and more majestic. It hummed a soft tune, a melody that seemed to weave through Lila's very being, filling her heart with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. "Hello, little wanderer," the creature greeted her in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "What brings you to our enchanted grove?" "I'm seeking the wonders of this place," Lila replied, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I've heard tales of its beauty and magic." The creature nodded, its eyes twinkling with a knowing light. To truly see, one must look with more than just their eyes. Courage and curiosity are the keys to unlocking all that is hidden. With those words echoing in her mind, Lila continued her exploration. She found herself navigating gentle challenges, a riddle posed by a wise old owl, a path that seemed to twist and turn with each step, and a shimmering mist that danced playfully around her, urging her to find her way through. Each challenge was met with patience and a growing sense of confidence. The riddle taught her to think deeply, the winding path encouraged her to trust her instincts, and the playful mist reminded her not to take everything too seriously, even in a place filled with wonders. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Lila reached a clearing at the heart of the grove. Here the trees parted to reveal a serene pool, its surface as smooth as glass. In the center of the pool stood a single white lily, its petals catching and holding the light like a tiny moon. Kneeling by the water's edge, Lila gazed into the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars now beginning to twinkle in the twilight sky. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the glimmering grove was not just in its beauty, but in the journey it inspired within her. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound courage, Lila turned to leave the grove, the gentle hum of the dragonfly's song lingering in the air behind her. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, she realized that the courage she found within the grove had always been a part of her. The journey had simply helped her to see it more clearly. Back in the warmth of her home, with the fire crackling softly in the hearth and the scent of cinnamon drifting through the air, Lila shared her tale with her family. The glow in her eyes spoke of the wonders she'd seen and the courage she'd discovered, a story not just of a magical place, but of the magic within herself. And so, with hearts lightened by her adventure and dreams filled with the shimmering light of the glimmering grove, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comfort of a story well told. Story 12. In the heart of a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an old ivy-clad cottage with a weathered sign swinging gently in the breeze. The sign read, "The Curious Clock Shop," and inside a plethora of clocks ticked in harmonious symphony, their hands dancing gracefully across their faces. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves crunched beneath your feet and the air smelled of cinnamon and cedar, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila was known for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as gentle as a dove's feather. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she moved among the clocks, each one seemingly alive with its own rhythm and story. As Lila explored, her gaze fell upon a peculiar clock tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was a small, unassuming thing, its brass face tarnished with age, yet oddly captivating. Something about it called to her, like a whisper only she could hear. "Ah, you've found the whispering clock," came a soft, melodic voice from behind. It was the shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard like spun silver. His name was Mr. Thistlewick, and he was known to have a story for every clock. "This clock," he continued, "is said to hold a secret. It listens to the desires of those who truly listen to it. But beware, its magic is subtle and requires a gentle heart to unveil." Intrigued, Lila asked if she could take the clock home. Mr. Thistlewick nodded, handing it to her with a knowing smile. "Remember," he said, "the journey it takes you on may be more than you expect." That evening, under the soft glow of a lantern, Lila sat in her cozy attic room, the whispering clock positioned carefully on her wooden desk. As she gazed at it, she wondered what secrets it might hold. The next morning, Lila awoke to a strange sensation. The clock's hands had moved in an unusual pattern, one she couldn't quite decipher. Driven by curiosity, she decided to visit the library in the village, hoping to find clues about the clock's mystery. At the library, she met two new friends. Finn, a bookish boy with a keen mind and a pair of spectacles perched on his nose, and Mia, a lively girl with a laugh that could brighten the gloomiest day. Together, they delved into dusty tomes and ancient maps, piecing together tales of the whispering clock. They discovered that the clock was crafted by a long-forgotten watchmaker who believed time was not just a measure of moments, but a keeper of dreams and desires. The clock, it seemed, had the power to guide its owner to a place where their heart's quietest dreams could be heard. As Lila and her friends pondered this revelation, the clock chimed softly, its sound more a gentle sigh than a ring. They decided to follow where it led, embarking on a journey through the village's cobblestone streets, into the heart of the woods, where shadows danced like playful spirits. In the woods, they came across a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, a hidden world where the gentle rustle of leaves played a symphony for the soul. There, they encountered a wise old owl named Orin. With feathers like soft moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, Orin was a guardian of secrets. Orin listened as Lila shared the story of the clock and their quest. His eyes twinkled with understanding. "The clock," he said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "guides those with pure hearts to confront their true desires. But remember, young ones, the answer lies not in the object itself, but in the journey it takes you on and the truths you uncover within." With Orin's guidance, Lila and her friends realized that the magic of the clock was not in altering time, but in revealing the dreams that lay hidden within their hearts. The journey had shown them the value of friendship, the beauty of curiosity, and the power of listening to one's inner voice. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila, Finn, and Mia returned to the village, their hearts light with newfound understanding. The whispering clock, now a cherished companion, ticked softly on Lila's desk, a reminder of the adventure and the gentle wisdom they had gained. From that day on, Lila knew that while the clock held no grand magic to change the world, it had changed hers, teaching her that the truest magic lay in the bonds of friendship and the courage to listen to one's heart. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the comforting tick of the clock, Lila drifted into dreams, her heart full of peace and her mind alive with the wonder of the world around her. Story 13. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the foot of emerald hills and surrounded by a tapestry of whispering woods, there existed a tale as ancient as the cobblestones that paved its winding paths. The village was known for its timeless charm, a place where the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle babble of brooks provided a soothing melody that lulled its inhabitants into peaceful slumbers each night. In this serene enclave, there lived a young girl named Lila. She was a curious soul with a heart as pure as the crystal streams that wound through the village. Her eyes sparkled with the kind of wonder that could only be found in those who still believed in the magic of the world. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, her imagination painting vivid stories in the air around her. One lazy afternoon, as the golden sun cast long shadows across the village, Lila ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets of ancient times. As she wandered, Lila stumbled upon a glen she had never seen, a hidden world tucked away from the eyes of those who rushed through life too quickly to notice. In the center of the glen stood a majestic oak, its branches reaching high into the sky, as if trying to touch the clouds. At the base of this grand tree, something sparkled in the dappled sunlight. Lila's curiosity led her closer, and she discovered a small, ornate box nestled among the roots. It was beautifully crafted, with intricate carvings of stars and moons, and it felt warm to the touch, as if it held a life of its own. Lila carefully opened the box, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Inside, she found a delicate, shimmering feather. It was unlike any feather she had ever seen. It seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a sense of peace and wonder fill her heart. Unbeknownst to Lila, the feather was imbued with ancient magic, a gift from the woodland spirits who watched over the hidden glen. It was said that whoever possessed the feather would be granted the ability to see the world not just as it was, but as it could be. It was a magic that could reveal the hidden beauty in the ordinary and the extraordinary in the mundane. As days turned into weeks, Lila found that the feather indeed changed her perception of the world. She could see the vibrant colors of the flowers more vividly, hear the songs of the birds more clearly, and feel the gentle caress of the wind as though it carried whispers of adventures yet to come. The village of Willowbrook, which she had always loved, now seemed to pulse with an enchantment she had never noticed before. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with hues of pink and lavender, Lila decided to share her discovery with her best friend, Finn. Finn was a thoughtful boy, with an insatiable curiosity that matched Lila's own. Together they had spent countless hours exploring forests and fields, creating castles from clouds and stories from stars. Seated on the banks of a babbling brook, Lila recounted her adventure in the hidden glen. She spoke of the ancient oak, the mysterious box, and the magical feather. Finn listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder. "Do you think it's truly magic?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the spell. Lila nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "I do. It's like the world is full of secrets just waiting to be discovered, and the feather helps me see them." Finn considered her words, then said, "Let's find out what else this feather can do. Maybe it can show us things we've never imagined." And so, with the feather safely tucked into Lila's pocket, the two friends embarked on a series of adventures, venturing deeper into the woods and beyond the borders of their familiar village. They discovered hidden groves where the trees sang songs of old, and lakes that mirrored the skies so perfectly it was as if they were walking on air. One day, while exploring a part of the forest they had never ventured into before, they came across a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms unlike any they had seen. They were vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer and change under the light. The air felt different here, charged with a kind of energy that made the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. Intrigued, Lila and Finn sat at the edge of the circle, the feather in hand. As they gazed into the center, the world around them seemed to shift. The trees blurred, the colors blended, and for a moment everything was still. Then, as if a veil had been lifted, they found themselves in a place that was both familiar and fantastical, a hidden realm within their own beloved woods. This new world was alive with magic. The trees glowed with a gentle luminescence, casting soft, colorful shadows on the ground. Flowers sang softly as they swayed in the breeze, and animals of all kinds wandered freely, unafraid and curious. It was a place of peace and harmony, where the troubles of the outside world seemed distant and inconsequential. Lila and Finn explored this hidden realm with wide-eyed wonder, meeting creatures that spoke in riddles and spirits that danced in the twilight. They found themselves at a crossroads in a clearing, where a signpost pointed in many directions, each sign written in a language they could not comprehend. "Which way should we go?" Finn asked, looking to Lila for guidance. Lila pondered for a moment, then held the feather up to the light. Its glow intensified, casting a path that shimmered with promise. "Let's follow where the feather leads," she suggested, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. The path took them to a grand tree, even larger than the oak in the glen. Its trunk was vast, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs, they found a gathering of woodland creatures, each with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and kindness. At the center of this gathering stood a wise old owl, its feathers a tapestry of browns and whites. The owl regarded Lila and Finn with a knowing gaze, as if it had been expecting them. "Welcome, young adventurers," the owl said in a voice rich with wisdom. "You have found your way to the heart of the hidden realm, a place where the magic of nature thrives." Lila and Finn listened intently as the owl spoke of the balance between the world of humans and the hidden realms. It told them of the importance of protecting the natural world and the magic it held. The owl's words were a gentle reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a harmony that needed to be cherished and preserved. As the owl concluded its tale, it bestowed upon Lila and Finn a gift, a small, intricately carved wooden charm. "This will serve as a reminder of your journey and the lessons you have learned," the owl said. "May it guide you in your adventures yet to come." With gratitude in their hearts, Lila and Finn bid farewell to the creatures of the hidden realm and retraced their steps back to the circle of mushrooms. As they stepped out, the world around them shifted once more, and they found themselves back in their familiar forest, the sun setting in a blaze of colors on the horizon. The journey had changed them in ways they were only beginning to understand. They had seen the world through the eyes of wonder, and the lessons of the hidden realm stayed with them, a gentle reminder of the magic that existed in every leaf, every stone, and every breath of wind. As they walked back to Willowbrook, hand in hand, the feather and the charm nestled safely in Lila's pocket, they knew that their adventure was just the beginning. The world was full of mysteries and magic, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to its wonders. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Lila and Finn returned to their village, their hearts aglow with the light of 1,000 adventures yet to come. In the cozy warmth of their homes, they drifted to sleep, dreams filled with the promise of what lay beyond the horizon, where the magic of friendship and the mysteries of the world intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. Story 14. In the swirling galaxies of the Andromeda sector, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet tapestry, there existed a planet much unlike any other. This was Nylara, a world of luminescent jungles and crystal rivers, where the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the skies were painted with the gentle hues of an eternal dusk. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Leora, a Nylian with skin that glowed softly in the dark, and eyes that caught the light like polished opals. Her people were known for their wisdom and deep connection to the natural world, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of their planet's unique ecosystem. Across the vastness of space, on the metallic moon of Kor, resided a species known as the Thalaxians. They were beings of logic and technology, with intricate circuits woven into their very beings. Among them was a curious young Thalaxian named Zephyr, who yearned for knowledge and adventure beyond the confines of his metallic home. Fate, in its mysterious design, wove the paths of Leora and Zephyr together when a solar storm sent Zephyr's exploration pod hurtling through the stars, crash-landing into the soft, verdant embrace of Nylara's jungles. The pod's descent was witnessed by Leora as she wandered through the forest, her senses tingling with both fear and curiosity. Approaching cautiously, Leora found Zephyr amidst the wreckage, his circuits flickering weakly against the lush greenery. Though her heart was wary of this stranger from a distant world, she could not ignore the faint plea for help in his shimmering blue eyes. "Are you hurt?" she asked softly, her voice like the whisper of leaves in a gentle breeze. Zephyr, struggling to comprehend the Nylian language, could only nod, his systems slowly translating her concern into a warmth he had never felt before. Leora extended a hand, her glow mingling with the dim light of his circuits, and helped him to his feet. In the days that followed, Leora guided Zephyr through the healing wonders of her world. She introduced him to the singing stones that echoed with the planet's ancient songs, and to the springs where the water sparkled with the light of hidden stars. Zephyr, in turn, shared stories of his own world, of cities that reached into the sky and machines that sang with the voices of 1,000 minds. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Leora's world was one of intuition and feeling, while Zephyr's was built on logic and precision. A misunderstanding arose when Zephyr, attempting to repair his pod, inadvertently disrupted a sacred grove, its delicate ecosystem thrown into chaos by his well-meaning but misplaced technological intervention. Leora, distressed by the damage, confronted Zephyr, her voice tinged with sadness. "Not all can be fixed with machines and numbers," she said, the gentle lilt of her words carrying both hurt and hope for understanding. Zephyr, realizing the impact of his actions, felt a stir of emotion within his circuits, a newfound understanding dawning upon him. "I'm sorry," he replied, his voice resonating with genuine remorse. "I did not know the harm I could cause with my ignorance." Together, they set about restoring the grove, Leora teaching Zephyr the delicate art of nurturing life, while Zephyr used his knowledge to create devices that could enhance the natural growth of the plants without disrupting their harmony. In this shared endeavor, they discovered the beauty of balance, of combining the wisdom of nature with the innovation of technology. Their bond deepened as they faced other challenges together, a sudden storm that threatened to uproot the ancient trees, a mysterious illness that swept through the forest, and even a night when the sky rained meteors that lit up the world like 1,000 shooting stars. In each trial, they found strength in their differences, learning to lean on one another, their friendship growing like the resilient vines of the jungle. One evening, under the soft glow of twin moons, Zephyr spoke of his impending departure. His pod was repaired, and his people awaited his return. The thought of leaving filled him with a bittersweet ache, a feeling he had never before encountered. "I will miss this place," he said, his voice a gentle hum against the backdrop of the forest's nightly serenade. "And I will miss you, Leora." Leora smiled, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "You have become a part of this world, Zephyr, as it has become a part of you. Our paths may part, but the friendship we have will always be a bridge between our worlds." As Zephyr prepared to leave, Leora gifted him a small, glowing starflower, its light a reminder of the warmth and wisdom she had shared with him. Zephyr, in return, left behind a device that played the songs of his people, a token of the knowledge and curiosity he had brought into her life. Their farewell was not an end, but a promise that their friendship, forged in understanding and respect, would endure the vast distances of space. As Zephyr's pod lifted into the sky, streaking towards the stars, Leora watched, her heart full of a gentle, enduring warmth. And so, in the great tapestry of the universe, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the stars, forever uniting their hearts in a dance of light and life. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Anya. Willowbrook was known for its lush meadows and the gentle babbling of its crystal-clear brooks. The villagers often told tales of the woods, where it was said that every stone and stream held a story from times long past. Anya was a curious soul, with an insatiable love for the stories the elders told by the flickering fireplace in the village hall. One chilly autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the wind and the aroma of pine filled the air, Anya heard a tale that captured her imagination. It was about a mysterious locket hidden deep within the Whispering Woods, a locket that could reveal the hidden truths of one's heart. The story lingered in Anya's mind long after the fire had died down, and as she lay in her cozy bed, wrapped in a quilt as soft as a cloud, she felt a gentle pull towards the woods. Her heart, like the firelight, flickered with a longing for adventure. The next morning, with the sun casting a warm golden hue over the fields, Anya set out towards the Whispering Woods. The path was lined with towering oaks whose leaves rustled like whispers in the cool breeze. As she walked, the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers enveloped her. Not far into her journey, Anya stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small silver fox with fur that glimmered in the sunlight. The fox sat calmly in the middle of the path, its amber eyes studying her with a knowing gaze. To Anya's surprise, the fox began to speak. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox said, its voice as smooth as the babbling brooks. "My name is Fen. I see you seek the locket of truths." Anya, though startled, felt no fear. Fen exuded a warmth and wisdom that put her at ease. "Yes," Anya replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've heard it can reveal one's true heart." Fen nodded, his bushy tail curling around his paws. "Indeed it can, but beware, for its power is not to be taken lightly. The journey to find it requires more than mere courage. It demands understanding and kindness." With Fen by her side, Anya ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the light danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was filled with the gentle hum of nature's symphony, a chorus of chirping crickets and the soft cooing of doves. As they walked, Fen shared tales of the forest's history, of creatures who had called it home long before humans set foot in its depths. Anya listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound respect for the world around her. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with delicate bluebells. Beside a babbling brook stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. Fen paused, his gaze fixed on the tree. "Here lies the challenge," he said softly. From behind the oak emerged a wise old tortoise named Malor, whose shell was marked with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Malor greeted Anya with a slow nod. "To find the locket, you must first answer a riddle," he explained, his voice deep and resonant. Anya took a deep breath, her mind focused and clear. "What is the riddle?" she asked. Malor's eyes twinkled as he spoke. "I am taken from a mine and shut in a wooden case, from which I am never released, and yet I am used by almost every person. What am I?" Anya pondered the riddle, her brow furrowed in thought. She considered the stories Fen had told her, the wisdom of the forest, and the lessons hidden in nature's gentle rhythms. Then a smile spread across her face as understanding dawned. "A pencil," she answered confidently. Malor chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Indeed, you are wise beyond your years, young one. Proceed to the roots of the oak, where the locket awaits." With Fen and Malor watching, Anya knelt by the great oak and gently brushed aside the leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was an intricately designed silver locket. It shimmered with an ethereal glow as if capturing the essence of the forest itself. Anya picked up the locket, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she opened it, a soft, warm light enveloped her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and clarity. The locket did not show her images or words, but rather it filled her heart with an understanding of her true desires and strengths. Remember, Fen whispered, the greatest truths are often those we hold within ourselves. Anya nodded, her heart full. She knew that her journey had not only brought her to the locket, but had also revealed the importance of wisdom, friendship, and the beauty of the world around her. With a grateful heart, she thanked Fen and Malor, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The village lights twinkled in the distance, welcoming her home. That night, as Anya lay beneath the stars, the gentle melody of the forest still echoing in her ears, she felt a deep, comforting sense of belonging. She knew that no matter where her adventures might lead, she would always carry the wisdom of the whispering woods within her heart. And so, as the world settled into a peaceful slumber, the village of Willowbrook and its enchanted woods remained a place of stories and secrets, where the curious and kind-hearted could always find a sense of wonder and a gentle guiding light. Story 16. In the quiet expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there drifted a small, unassuming spacecraft named the Star Whisperer. It was a patchwork vessel, painted in hues of soft teal and silver, and it carried two unlikely companions on a journey that would change them both forever. The first of these companions was Leora, a gentle being from the lush emerald world of Viridian. Her skin shimmered with the iridescent green of her home planet's foliage, and her eyes were like pools of tranquil water. Leora's people were known for their deep connection to nature, and she herself possessed an innate ability to communicate with plants and animals. She had left her serene home in search of knowledge and adventure, her heart filled with curiosity and kindness. The second occupant of the Star Whisperer was Kor, a robust and stoic traveler from the arid cobalt deserts of Xerix. His skin bore the rugged texture of his rocky homeland, and his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of polished obsidian. Xerixians were renowned for their strength and resilience, qualities that Kor embodied fully. Yet, beneath his tough exterior lay a heart that longed for understanding and companionship. Their journey together began by chance, when a cosmic storm forced Leora's ship to make an emergency landing on Xerix. Her craft was damaged, and with no immediate means of repair, she found herself stranded on the unfamiliar planet. It was there that she met Kor, who was intrigued by this gentle stranger from the stars and offered his assistance. Despite the initial barrier of language and culture, the two formed a tentative alliance. Leora, grateful for Kor's help, shared with him stories of Viridian's lush rainforests and vibrant wildlife, while Kor recounted tales of his people's endurance and the stark beauty of his desert home. As they worked side by side to repair the Star Whisperer, a friendship began to blossom, delicate and tentative like the first shoots of spring. However, their newfound camaraderie was not without its challenges. Misunderstandings were frequent, as their worlds were as different as the day and night. One evening, as they sat under the vast canopy of stars, Leora offered Kor a drink from her world, a sweet nectar that she thought would be a gesture of goodwill. Unbeknownst to her, the drink contained an ingredient that was mildly toxic to Xerixians. Kor, ever polite, accepted the drink but soon fell ill, which led to a tense evening of worry and concern. The incident became a turning point. Kor, recovering from his ailment, realized that his initial anger was misplaced. Leora's intentions had been pure, and her distress at his condition was genuine. This moment of vulnerability opened a deeper channel of communication between them. Leora, in turn, learned the importance of understanding and respecting Kor's unique needs and physiology. They both agreed to be more open about their differences, and this agreement laid the foundation for a deeper trust. As their journey continued, they faced other challenges: asteroid fields that required precise navigation, mechanical failures that tested their resourcefulness, and encounters with interstellar travelers that added new layers of complexity to their voyage. Yet, with each trial, Leora and Kor grew closer, their bond strengthened by mutual respect and affection. One particularly cold night, as the Star Whisperer drifted through the silent void, a strange and haunting melody filled the air. It was the song of the stars, a rare cosmic event that resonated with the very fabric of the universe. The sound was ethereal, a symphony of notes that seemed to echo from the heart of creation itself. Moved by the beauty of the moment, Leora extended her hand to Kor. "Dance with me," she said, her voice a soft whisper, barely audible over the celestial music. Kor hesitated, his natural reticence battling with an unfamiliar desire to share in this moment. But the warmth in Leora's eyes was irresistible, and he took her hand. Together, they moved in a gentle rhythm, the boundaries of their worlds momentarily dissolved by the beauty that surrounded them. In that dance, they found a truth that transcended the stars and the spaces between them. A truth about friendship, about the power of understanding and acceptance, and about the joy of shared experiences. It was a truth that would guide them through the rest of their journey, and one that would stay with them long after their travels had ended. As the song of the stars faded, leaving behind a profound silence, Leora and Kor stood hand in hand, their hearts filled with a warmth that defied the coldness of space. They had discovered something precious, the true meaning of friendship, a bond that was as enduring as the universe itself. Their voyage continued, but now it was not just a journey through space. It was a journey of the heart, shared by two souls who had found in each other a kindred spirit, and who would face whatever lay ahead, together. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between misty hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops, and a heart that yearned for adventure. Yet deep within her, she carried a seed of doubt that often kept her from embracing the wonders that life had to offer. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the ancient forest that surrounded her village. As she wandered beneath the canopy of golden leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tiny sapling, its slender trunk twisted in an intricate knot. Willow couldn't help but feel a kinship with the little tree, for she too felt tangled and uncertain about her place in the world. As she reached out to touch the sapling, a sudden glow emanated from its bark, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear. "Dear Willow, you have been chosen to embark on a journey of self-discovery. This sapling will be your guide, and together you will learn the beauty of growth and transformation." Willow gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. The sapling began to unfurl its leaves, each one shimmering with a different hue of the rainbow. Hesitantly, she followed the sapling deeper into the forest, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Along the way, Willow encountered various creatures, each offering her a piece of wisdom. First there was Sage, a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled oak. "Change is inevitable, my dear," he hooted. "Embrace it, for it is the only constant in this ever-evolving world." Next, Willow met Ember, a playful fox with a fiery tail. "Fear not the flames of transformation," Ember advised, "for like the phoenix you will rise anew from the ashes of your former self." As Willow journeyed deeper into the forest, the sapling grew taller and more vibrant, its colors shifting and swirling like the aurora borealis. With each step, Willow felt herself becoming lighter, shedding the doubts and fears that had once weighed her down. Eventually, they reached a clearing where a magnificent willow tree stood tall and proud, its branches cascading like a waterfall of emerald leaves. Beneath its canopy, Willow encountered Zephyr, a gentle breeze that carried the whispers of countless stories. "Willow, my child," Zephyr murmured, "you have proven yourself worthy of the greatest gift, the gift of self-acceptance. Look within, and you will find the strength to embrace the ever-changing tides of life." As Zephyr's words washed over her, Willow felt a warmth bloom in her chest. The sapling, now a towering tree, shed a single seed into her outstretched palms. In that moment, Willow understood that just as the seed held the potential for new life, she too possessed the power to grow and transform into her truest self. With a grateful heart, Willow returned to her village, carrying the seed as a reminder of her journey. From that day forward, she embraced change with open arms, allowing herself to blossom and flourish like the most beautiful of flowers. And whenever she felt the weight of doubt creeping in, she would gaze upon the magnificent willow tree that had taken root in her heart, its branches swaying in the gentle breeze, whispering encouragement and reminding her of the endless possibilities that awaited her in this ever-changing world. Story 18. In a quaint village tucked between the rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air carried the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young woman named Marin. Her gentle spirit and the way she nurtured her garden made her beloved among the villagers. Yet Marin felt a persistent restlessness, a quiet whisper in her heart urging her toward change, a change she couldn't quite grasp. The village was a tapestry of colors and sounds. Every morning, the sun painted the sky with soft hues of pink and orange, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone streets. The villagers would gather by the fountain at the heart of the village, exchanging stories and laughter. Marin often joined them, her hands cradling a cup of tea, her mind wandering to places unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle like scattered jewels, Marin found herself drawn to the edge of the village, where the forest began. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Marin took a deep breath, the earthy scent of moss and pine filling her senses, and ventured into the woods, a path lit by the silvery moonlight, guiding her steps. Within the forest, Marin stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a mystical glow. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. The air around the tree shimmered with a soft, iridescent light, and Marin felt a warmth spread through her chest, as if the tree's heart was beating in tandem with her own. As Marin approached, she noticed tiny luminescent creatures flitting about the branches, sprites, their wings like delicate petals. One sprite, with wings resembling autumn leaves, hovered closer, its eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Welcome, dear Marin," it chimed, its voice like the soft tinkling of chimes in the wind. "You have been heard. The change you seek begins here." With a gentle nod, Marin felt a surge of courage. She spent the evening under the oak, listening to the stories whispered by the sprites, each tale weaving a thread of magic and possibility into her heart. They told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place where dreams took root and blossomed into reality, but only if one was brave enough to nurture them with love and patience. Marin returned to the village, her mind alight with stories and her heart a little lighter. Yet the path to change was not without its challenges. At first, she attempted to share her experiences, but the villagers, though kind, found it difficult to understand her newfound dreams. It was then that Marin realized the journey was hers to embrace, and she must find her own way. Her dear friend, an elderly woman named Agnes, who had spent her youth traveling lands far beyond the village, noticed Marin's thoughtful demeanor. With eyes like pools of warm honey and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, Agnes offered her support. "Every change begins with a single step, dear heart. Trust in your journey, and remember, you are never alone." Encouraged by Agnes's words, Marin began to cultivate her garden with a newfound passion. She planted seeds of rare flowers she had collected from the forest, each one a symbol of a dream she wished to nurture. As the days turned into weeks, vibrant blooms began to appear, their colors more brilliant than any she had seen before. The garden became a sanctuary, a place where Marin could reflect and grow. One day, while tending to her garden, Marin noticed a peculiar vine spiraling up from the earth. Its leaves shimmered with a golden hue, and delicate blossoms unfurled in the sunlight, releasing a sweet, melodic fragrance. Intrigued, Marin knelt beside it, her fingertips brushing the petals. To her surprise, the vine began to weave itself around her wrist, forming a delicate bracelet of living gold. The vine seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her heartbeat, and Marin felt a profound connection to the world around her. With each passing day, the bracelet would bloom with new flowers, each representing a lesson learned or a challenge overcome. It became a symbol of her transformation, a testament to her courage and resilience. Through her journey, Marin discovered the beauty of personal growth. She learned that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life's tapestry. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the forest, Marin embraced her path, finding joy in every step of the way. The village soon noticed the transformation in Marin. Her laughter was brighter, her presence more grounded. The villagers, inspired by her journey, began to explore their own dreams, and the village thrived with newfound creativity and harmony. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Marin's garden became a place of wonder and inspiration, visited by people from far and wide. The ancient oak in the forest remained her sacred haven, a reminder of the night her journey began. And so, in the heart of the village, beneath the starlit sky, Marin's story unfolded, a tale of change, magic, and the enduring power of dreams. As she sat by the fireplace, her heart full of gratitude, she understood that she was exactly where she was meant to be, her journey an everlasting dance of growth and transformation. Story 19. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a serene sapphire blue lake, there was a little shop known as the Curiosity Corner. It was a place where the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and lavender, and where the sun filtered softly through the window panes, casting a golden glow upon a delightful jumble of peculiar trinkets and whimsical artifacts. The shop was owned by a kindly old woman named Maudlin, whose silver hair flowed like a river of moonlight. She wore glasses perched on the end of her nose and had a smile that could melt even the frostiest of hearts. Though Maudlin was well loved in the village, it was her grandson, a bright-eyed boy named Oliver, who often drew visitors to the shop with his tales of adventure and dreams of discovering something truly magical. One blustery autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in shades of crimson and gold, Oliver was rummaging through a dusty corner of the shop when he stumbled upon an intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with an inner light, as though the wood itself was imbued with a touch of enchantment. Curiosity piqued, Oliver carefully opened the box to reveal a shimmering golden compass, unlike any he had seen before. Its needles spun lazily, even when held perfectly still, and the glass face was warm to the touch. Oliver eagerly showed the compass to Maudlin, who examined it with a knowing gleam in her eyes. "Ah, the compass of whispers," she said in her gentle voice. "It is said to guide its bearer not to where they wish to go, but to where they are truly needed." Excited by the prospect of an adventure, Oliver decided to follow the compass's direction. With Maudlin's blessing, he set off on a journey that would lead him deep into the heart of the Elderwood forest. The path was lined with towering oaks and delicate wildflowers, their petals glistening with morning dew. Birds sang sweet melodies, and the forest seemed to hum with life, as though it too was eager to unveil its secrets. As Oliver ventured further, he encountered a group of woodland creatures gathered around a fallen tree. There was Bramble, the wise old hedgehog with a coat like the bark of ancient trees, Pippin, the mischievous squirrel whose bushy tail flicked like flames, and Willow, the gentle rabbit with eyes as deep and calm as the lake at dusk. They were deep in discussion, their voices a soft murmur of concern. "There's a sadness spreading through the forest," Bramble explained when Oliver approached. "The flowers are wilting and the streams run dry. We fear that the heart of the forest is ailing." Oliver listened intently, the compass warm in his pocket, its needle pointing steadily toward the heart of the forest. "Perhaps this compass can lead us to the source of the trouble," he suggested with hopeful determination. Together they embarked on a journey through the forest, their path lit by shafts of sunlight breaking through the canopy above. As they walked, Oliver marveled at the beauty around him, the rustle of leaves, the sweet scent of pine, and the soft carpet of moss underfoot. The forest seemed to embrace them, each step a note in a symphony of nature. After a time, they reached a clearing where a great, ancient tree stood. Its trunk was gnarled and twisted, and its branches reached for the sky like the arms of a giant. At the base of the tree, a shallow pool of water shimmered, though its surface was clouded and dull. "This is the heart of the forest," Willow whispered reverently. "But it seems something is amiss." Oliver knelt by the pool, feeling a gentle tug at his heartstrings. He realized that the key to healing the forest lay not in strength, but in understanding and compassion. He closed his eyes, letting the whispers of the compass guide him. In that moment, he sensed the sorrow of the forest, a deep yearning for balance and harmony. Gently, Oliver placed his hands upon the earth, feeling its steady pulse beneath his fingertips. "Show us how to help," he murmured. As if in response, a warm breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a melody of hope and renewal. Bramble, Pippin, and Willow gathered around, their hearts open to the forest's plea. Together, they sang a song of healing, their voices mingling with the wind. It was a song of unity and love, a reminder that all creatures are connected, and that even the smallest gesture of kindness can ripple outwards, creating waves of change. As their song echoed through the clearing, the pool began to clear, its waters sparkling like diamonds. The ancient tree sighed with relief, its leaves rustling in gratitude. Slowly, the forest around them began to awaken, the flowers blooming anew, and the streams bubbling with laughter once more. With the compass's guidance, Oliver and his friends had restored balance to the heart of the forest. They learned that wisdom lies not in knowing all the answers, but in listening and understanding the world around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Oliver bid farewell to his newfound friends. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, he returned to the village, the compass safely tucked away in his pocket. Back at the curiosity corner, Maudlin listened intently as Oliver recounted his adventure, her eyes twinkling with pride. She knew that Oliver had discovered more than just a magical compass. He had found the courage to follow his heart and the wisdom to see the beauty in the world around him. And so, as the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Oliver drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders that awaited him in the world beyond the forest. For he knew that with kindness and friendship, even the most extraordinary of journeys can begin with a single step. Story 20. Once upon a time, in the sun-dappled hills of Laughingdale, where the clouds were as fluffy as cotton candy and the wildflowers giggled in the breeze, there lived a peculiar little wizard named Fizzlewhip. Fizzlewhip was not your ordinary wizard. His magic was as unpredictable as a sneeze in a field of pepper flowers. His robes were a patchwork of every imaginable color, and his long, pointy hat seemed to have a mind of its own, often choosing to lean in a different direction each day. Fizzlewhip's cottage was nestled at the edge of the Twinklewood forest, a place where the trees whispered secrets, and the brook babbled in a language only the forest creatures could understand. The cottage itself was a sight to behold, with a roof made of shimmering blue tiles that changed shade with the weather, and windows framed by vines that bloomed with tiny, bell-like flowers. Inside, it was a cozy mess of bubbling potions, stacks of books that teetered precariously, and a fireplace that crackled with laughter instead of flames. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like diamonds on the grass, Fizzlewhip was busy brewing his latest concoction, a potion meant to make flowers sing in harmony. His best friend and confidant, a small, round hedgehog named Nibbles, watched curiously from his favorite perch on the windowsill. Nibbles had a coat of spiky quills that changed color with his mood, and today they were a cheerful shade of lavender. "Do you think it will work this time?" Nibbles asked, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Of course it will," Fizzlewhip replied with a twinkle in his eye, stirring the potion with a spoon that seemed to hum a little tune of its own. "I've added a pinch of moonbeam dust and a drop of giggleberry juice. It's bound to be spectacular." Just as Fizzlewhip was about to pour the potion into a watering can, there was a knock at the door. It was Pippin, the village's most adventurous squirrel, known for his bushy tail that seemed to have a life of its own, often twirling and flipping with excitement. "Fizzlewhip, you must come quickly," Pippin chattered, bouncing on his tiny paws. "Something's happened in the village square. The fountain has stopped singing." Now, the fountain in Laughingdale was no ordinary fountain. It was the heart of the village, a magical creation that sang the most delightful tunes and kept the villagers' spirits high. But that morning it had fallen silent, and the villagers were beginning to worry. Fizzlewhip, Nibbles, and Pippin hurried to the square, where a small crowd had gathered. The fountain stood still, its usual cascade of sparkling water now a mere trickle. The air felt unusually quiet, as if the birds and bees were holding their breath. Fizzlewhip scratched his head, pondering the problem. "This is indeed a conundrum," he mused. "Perhaps a spell has gone awry, or a mischievous sprite has played a trick." As they stood there, a soft giggle floated through the air. Fizzlewhip's ears perked up. "Did you hear that?" he asked, looking around. Nibbles nodded, his quills now a curious shade of teal. "It came from over there by the old willow tree," he said, pointing with a tiny paw. The trio made their way to the willow, its branches swaying gently as if sharing a private joke with the breeze. Beneath its leafy canopy stood a sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like rainbows in the sun. Her name was Tinkletree, and she was known for her playful nature and love of harmless pranks. "Hello, Fizzlewhip," Tinkletree chimed, her voice as light as a summer breeze. "I see you found me." "Tinkletree, have you been up to mischief again?" Fizzlewhip asked with a knowing smile. The sprite twirled in the air, her laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Maybe just a little," she admitted. "I thought it would be fun to see if anyone noticed the fountain's song was missing." Fizzlewhip chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Ah, Tinkletree, your heart is in the right place, but the villagers do love their fountain song." Tinkletree fluttered close, her wings casting colorful patterns on the ground. "I didn't mean any harm, truly. I just wanted to add a new melody, but it seems I got tangled in the notes." Fizzlewhip pondered for a moment, then his face lit up with an idea. "Perhaps we can work together to create a new song for the fountain, one that combines your melody with the old." Tinkletree clapped her tiny hands, delighted by the suggestion. "Oh, that would be wonderful!" With Fizzlewhip's guidance, they gathered around the fountain. Nibbles, always eager to help, fetched a reed flute from his little collection, while Pippin found some smooth pebbles that made a delightful clinking sound when tapped together. As they began to play, Tinkletree added her enchanting voice to the mix, weaving a melody that danced through the air like sunlight on water. Fizzlewhip waved his wand, and a gentle glow enveloped the fountain. Slowly, the water began to rise, swirling and sparkling in time with the music. The villagers watched in awe as the fountain came alive with a new song, a harmonious blend of old and new, filled with joy and laughter. The air was once again filled with the sweet sound that had been missing, and everyone cheered, their worries forgotten. The mayor, a wise old tortoise named Elder Shellsworth, approached Fizzlewhip and his friends with a warm smile. "Thank you, dear wizard and friends. You've brought back the heart of Laughingdale with your creativity and kindness." Fizzlewhip tipped his hat, which promptly decided to lean to the left. "It was a team effort, Elder Shellsworth. Sometimes all it takes is a little cooperation and a dash of magic to solve a problem." As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers gathered for a celebration. There were tables laden with delicious treats, from honey-drizzled acorn cakes to fizzy berry punch, and everyone danced to the fountain's new melody, their hearts light and their spirits high. Fizzlewhip, Nibbles, Pippin, and Tinkletree sat together by the fountain, watching the festivities with contentment. "You know," Fizzlewhip said, "I think this was one of our best adventures yet." Nibbles nodded, his quills shimmering in the twilight. "And the best part is, we did it together." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the little group of friends knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them with the same spirit of friendship and creativity. And so, with laughter echoing in the air and love in their hearts, they drifted into happy dreams, knowing that all was well in their magical world. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, surrounded by whispering woods and rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her auburn hair danced in the wind as she wandered the meadows, always on the lookout for hidden treasures. Lila had a heart full of curiosity and an eye for the unusual, often finding beauty where others saw only the mundane. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves crunched beneath her feet, Lila stumbled upon something peculiar at the edge of the forest. Half buried in a patch of velvety moss was an old, weathered key. Its intricate design gleamed softly in the dappled sunlight, and it seemed to hum with an energy all its own. Intrigued, Lila slipped it into her pocket, feeling a warm tingle spread through her fingers. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Lila sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames crackled and popped, casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. She turned the key over in her hands, captivated by its mysterious allure. Her grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched in every wrinkle, noticed her granddaughter's fascination. "That key," her grandmother mused, her voice as soft as a lullaby, "is no ordinary trinket. It is said to open the door to a place where the heart finds what it truly seeks." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "How do I find this door, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. Sometimes the journey is not about the destination, but about discovering what you carry within. That night, as Lila drifted into a dreamless sleep, the key lay beneath her pillow, a whisper of adventure awaiting the dawn. The following morning, she awoke with renewed determination. She tucked the key safely into her satchel and set off toward the heart of the forest, where shadows and sunlight played together like old friends. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, she met a small, wise owl perched on a branch. Its feathers were the color of moonlight, and its eyes shone with gentle wisdom. "You seek the door," the owl hooted softly, "but remember, the key to any door lies in understanding." Lila nodded, grateful for the owl's guidance. She continued her journey, the forest canopy above her, a tapestry of rustling leaves and bird songs. Along the way, she encountered a rabbit with fur as soft as clouds and eyes like polished onyx. The rabbit hopped alongside her, a companion who spoke with actions rather than words, offering comfort in its quiet presence. As the sun arced across the sky, Lila came upon a serene glade, where a babbling brook wove its way through moss-covered stones. There she met a tortoise, its shell adorned with patterns that seemed to tell stories of ancient times. The tortoise spoke slowly, each word measured and thoughtful. Sometimes the path forward is found by looking within. In the heart of the glade, Lila discovered an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and wise, its branches reaching toward the heavens. At its base, hidden beneath a cascade of ivy, was a door unlike any she had ever seen. It was carved from wood, with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change like the forest itself. With a heart full of hope, Lila took out the key. As she placed it into the lock, she paused, remembering the words of her companions. She closed her eyes, letting her heart guide her, and turned the key. The door creaked open, revealing a world bathed in soft, golden light. Crossing the threshold, Lila found herself in a place where dreams and reality intertwined. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of laughter echoed through the trees. Here, she discovered the true magic of the key. It opened not a physical door, but the door to her own understanding and acceptance. In this enchanted realm, Lila learned to listen to her heart, to find joy in the simple moments, and to cherish the bonds of friendship. As the days turned into nights and back again, she realized that the journey had already transformed her in ways she could never have imagined. When it was time to return home, Lila knew she carried the magic of the key within her, a reminder that true wonder lies in the world around us and within the hearts of those we love. With newfound wisdom and a spirit alight with wonder, she stepped back through the door, emerging into the forest she knew so well, yet seeing it anew. As she made her way back to the village, the morning sun kissed the earth, promising a day filled with endless possibilities. Lila felt the warmth of the golden light and knew that, no matter where her path might lead, she would always find her way, guided by the gentle wisdom she had found in the heart of the forest. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and dreams as boundless as the sky, Lila returned home, the key, a treasured talisman of her journey. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember that the magic of discovery is always within reach, waiting to be unlocked by the key of your own heart. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone streets wound like gentle streams, and every garden was a tapestry of colors, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lily. She had a head full of dreams and a heart full of adventure, with a soft spot for the tales spun by her grandmother beside the crackling fireplace each evening. Her grandmother, with her silver hair and twinkling eyes, would often speak of a world just beyond the reach of ordinary eyes, where the simplest objects could harbor the most extraordinary secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of amber and gold, Lily set out on her usual walk through the forest that bordered their village. The air was filled with the comforting scent of pine and the sound of leaves rustling like whispers among friends. As she wandered deeper into the woods, a glint of something unusual caught her eye beneath a cluster of mossy stones. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and carefully unearthed a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything she had ever seen, with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny stars. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. Intrigued, Lily opened the box to find it empty, save for a single, shimmering feather that lay nestled inside. The feather glowed with a soft, ethereal light, as if it held within it the last rays of a sunset. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt an inexplicable sense of calm and wonder. Lily decided to take the feather back to her grandmother, hoping she might know its story. Back at the cottage, the fireplace crackled invitingly, casting a golden glow across the room. Her grandmother listened intently as Lily recounted her discovery, her eyes widening with recognition and delight. "My dear," her grandmother said, her voice as warm as the fire, "this is no ordinary feather. It is a feather of dreams, a rare and precious gift from the realm of enchantment. Legends say that such a feather can grant its bearer the ability to glimpse the hidden truths of the world and to find paths where none seem to exist." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement and a sense of responsibility. The world seemed suddenly vast and full of possibilities. Her grandmother advised her to use the feather wisely, for its true magic lay not in granting wishes, but in revealing the wisdom needed to navigate life's challenges. With the feather safely tucked in her pocket, Lily embarked on a journey of discovery and understanding. Her first stop was the home of Mr. Whiskers, the village's resident cat, who was known for his uncanny ability to solve the most perplexing puzzles. Mr. Whiskers, with his sleek fur and knowing gaze, welcomed Lily with a gentle purr. "Ah, Lily," he said in his soft, melodic voice, "I heard about your feather. What a marvelous treasure! Remember, the feather can illuminate paths, but it's your heart that must choose the way." Guided by Mr. Whisker's wisdom, Lily set off towards the Enchanted Glade, a place said to be touched by magic and home to a myriad of woodland creatures. Along the way, she was joined by a merry band of friends: Oliver the wise old owl, who shared stories of the stars; Poppy the cheerful rabbit, who always saw the bright side of things; and Hazel the gentle deer, whose quiet presence was a balm to all. Together they journeyed, their laughter mingling with the songs of the forest. The path was not always easy, with thorny brambles and hidden pitfalls, but the feather's soft glow guided them, revealing the beauty in every twist and turn. At last, they reached the Enchanted Glade, a shimmering oasis bathed in dappled sunlight and carpeted with wildflowers. In the heart of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like open arms. It was said that the tree held the dreams of all who visited, whispering their wishes to the winds. Lily approached the tree, her heart full of hope and questions. As she gently placed the feather at its roots, a soft breeze stirred the leaves, and a quiet voice seemed to speak from the rustling branches. "Dear child," the voice murmured, "you seek answers, but remember, the greatest wisdom lies in the journey itself. Trust in your heart, and you will find your way." In that moment, Lily understood. The feather had guided her not to a single answer, but to the realization that life's magic was woven through every experience, every friendship, and every choice. She had discovered the strength within her to navigate the unknown, armed with the love and support of those around her. With a heart full of gratitude, Lily returned to Willowbrook, her adventure having deepened her understanding of the world and her place within it. The feather had revealed its secret, that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey and the bonds we forge along the way. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lily nestled into bed, her grandmother's stories echoing softly in her mind. The feather of dreams, now resting on her bedside table, glowed with a gentle light, a reminder of the wonder and wisdom that surrounded her every day. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, Lily knew that, come morning, the world would be waiting with new adventures and discoveries, just beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. And with her heart as her compass, she was ready to embrace them all. Story 23. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and verdant meadows, there stood an old, ivy-clad cottage known for its peculiar charm. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about this house, for it was said that an extraordinary secret lay hidden within its time-worn walls. On a particularly crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced through the air, A gentle soul named Clara stumbled upon this secret quite by chance. Clara, with her kind eyes and warm smile, was known in the village for her curious nature and gentle heart. She had spent her day roaming the outskirts of Willowbrook, collecting wildflowers and watching the squirrels gather their winter stores. As dusk began to weave its velvety cloak over the land, she found herself drawn to the cottage by a soft, mysterious glow emanating from its windows. The cottage, though aged, exuded an inviting warmth. Its wooden door creaked open as if welcoming Clara to step inside and discover its mysteries. She hesitated for a moment, her heart beating in anticipation, but the gentle glow seemed to beckon her forward. As she crossed the threshold, a wave of enchantment washed over her. The air inside was filled with the comforting scent of cinnamon and honey, and the crackling of a cozy fire whispered tales of long ago. In the center of the room stood a large, ornately carved mirror, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. Clara approached it cautiously, her reflection growing clearer with each step. But as she peered into the glass, she realized it was no ordinary mirror. Instead of her own reflection staring back at her, she saw a vast landscape stretching far beyond her imagination, a world brimming with magic and wonder. Just then, a soft, melodic voice filled the room. "Welcome, Clara," it said. "I am the Mirror of Whimsy, and I have been waiting for you." Startled yet intrigued, Clara asked, "Waiting for me? But why?" The mirror's light flickered with a gentle warmth. "Because you, dear Clara, possess a heart full of kindness and a mind eager for discovery. I offer you a journey, a chance to explore the world beyond, where ordinary things hold extraordinary secrets." Clara felt a flutter of excitement mixed with a tinge of apprehension. "What kind of journey?" she inquired. "A journey of the heart, where wisdom and friendship shall be your guides," replied the Mirror of Whimsy. "Step through, and you shall see." Trusting the mirror's gentle promise, Clara took a deep breath and stepped forward. As she did, the world around her dissolved into a swirl of colors, and she found herself standing in a sun-dappled forest, the air alive with the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves. Before Clara could gather her bearings, a small, plump hedgehog waddled out from behind a bush. His quills glistened in the sunlight, and his eyes twinkled with mischief. "Ah, a new traveler!" he exclaimed, his voice a cheerful melody. "I am Oliver, the forest's official guide. Follow me, and we shall uncover the wonders of this land." With Oliver leading the way, Clara ventured deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose leaves whispered ancient secrets, and the ground was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with moss and fallen leaves. As they walked, Oliver regaled Clara with tales of the forest's magical inhabitants, from the wise old owl who could solve any riddle to the shy fox who painted the sunset each evening. Their journey soon brought them to a clearing, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. At its base lay a curious object, a small, intricately carved box that seemed to hum with a life of its own. "This," explained Oliver, "is the Box of Whispers. It holds the secrets of the forest and can only be opened by someone with a heart true and kind." Clara knelt beside the box, feeling its gentle hum resonate through her fingertips. She knew instinctively that it held the answer to her journey's purpose. With a deep breath, she whispered a heartfelt wish, her words carried on the breeze. To her amazement, the box slowly opened, revealing a swirling mist of colors that danced around her, forming shapes and images that spoke directly to her heart. In that moment, Clara understood the true magic of the mirror and the forest. It was not found in the things she could see, but in the wisdom she gained and the friends she made along the way. As the mist settled, Clara felt a profound sense of peace and understanding. She realized that the journey had changed her, filling her with a newfound appreciation for the beauty and wonder of the world, both seen and unseen. With Oliver by her side, Clara retraced her steps back to the mirror, her heart full of gratitude for the adventure she had experienced. As she stepped through the shimmering glass once more, she found herself back in the cozy cottage, the fire still crackling warmly in the hearth. The Mirror of Whimsy glowed softly, its voice a gentle caress. "Thank you, Clara, for embarking on this journey. Remember, the magic you seek is always within you." Clara smiled, her heart light and content. She knew that she would carry the lessons of the forest with her always, a reminder that even the most ordinary of days holds the potential for extraordinary discovery. With a final, grateful glance at the mirror, Clara stepped out into the cool night air, the stars winking in the sky like old friends. As she made her way home, her footsteps light and her spirit renewed, she knew that the magic of the world was hers to cherish, a gentle reminder of the wonder that lay in every corner of her beloved village of Willowbrook. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered the secrets of ages gone by, there lived a wise old fox named Fergus. His fur was a patchwork of russet and autumn gold, blending seamlessly with the fallen leaves that carpeted the forest floor. Fergus had seen many moons come and go, and his eyes, a deep, knowing amber, held the stories of countless seasons. The forest was a sanctuary of harmony, where every creature knew its place and purpose. The birds sang their morning hymns as the sun peeked through the canopy, painting the world in soft, golden hues. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting embrace that promised safety and peace. Fergus made his home in a cozy burrow, nestled beneath an ancient oak, its roots twisting like the gnarled fingers of time itself. This oak was revered by all the forest dwellers, for it was said to be the dwelling of the spirit of seasons, a gentle, unseen force that guided the balance of nature. Each season brought its own magic to the forest. In spring, the spirit of seasons painted the earth with blossoms, coaxing new life from the soil. Summer bestowed warmth and abundance, with the sun's rays weaving dappled patterns through the leaves. Autumn wrapped the world in a tapestry of crimson and gold, while winter laid a soft, white blanket of snow, allowing the forest to rest and renew. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched beneath his paws, Fergus sensed a disturbance in the air. The wind, usually a gentle caress, now carried a note of dissonance. The forest, once vibrant and full of life, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something unknown. Fergus knew that when the forest spoke, it was wise to listen. He made his way to the edge of the great oak, where a small council of forest creatures had gathered. Wise old owls with their solemn moonlit eyes, the nimble squirrels with their bushy tails twitching in curiosity, and the gentle deer who stepped lightly as if they were walking on air. "We must find the source of this imbalance," Fergus said, his voice a soothing rumble that calmed the anxious murmurs of his friends. "Only then can we restore harmony to our home." The creatures nodded in agreement, their faith in Fergus unwavering. And so, guided by the whispers of the wind, they set out on a journey through the forest, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the autumn sun. As they traveled deeper into the woods, they encountered the ancient willow, whose branches swayed like the arms of a dancer. Beneath its shade, they found an old tortoise named Terence, who was known for his timeless wisdom. "Ah, Fergus," Terence greeted, his voice as slow and steady as the river's flow. "I felt the tremor in the air as well. It is the spirit of seasons. She is troubled." The creatures gathered closer, their eyes wide with concern. "What could trouble her so?" asked the young rabbit, her ears perked in curiosity. Terence closed his eyes, as if drawing upon the memories of the earth itself. "The balance has been shifted. Somewhere in our forest the natural order has been disturbed." Fergus nodded. "Then we must find where the balance is broken and set it right." With Terence's wise words echoing in their hearts, the group pressed onward, the forest opening up before them like the pages of a well-loved book. They passed through fields where the tall grasses whispered secrets, crossed streams that sang in crystalline tones, and paused in clearings where sunlight pooled like liquid gold. Eventually, they came upon a clearing they had never seen before, a place where the trees stood unnaturally still, their leaves a dull, lifeless gray. At the center of this clearing, a small, forlorn sapling struggled to rise from the barren earth. "This is where the imbalance lies," Fergus said softly, feeling the sadness of the sapling in his own heart. The spirit of seasons had been unable to nurture this young tree, and its struggle had sent ripples throughout the forest. The creatures gathered around, their hearts united in determination to help. "We must work together," Fergus declared. "Each of us has a gift to give." The squirrels scampered off, returning with acorns and nuts to enrich the soil. The birds sang songs of encouragement, their melodies weaving a tapestry of hope. The deer gently pawed the earth, loosening it to allow the sapling to breathe. Fergus, with his keen nose, found a hidden spring nearby, its waters cool and pure. Carefully, he and the others guided the water to the sapling's roots, feeling the earth sigh in relief as it drank deeply. For days they tended to the sapling, their bond with the forest growing stronger with each passing moment. Slowly, the gray leaves began to brighten, a gentle green creeping across them like the first signs of spring. The sapling stood taller, its branches reaching for the sky with newfound strength. One night, as the moon bathed the forest in silver light, the spirit of seasons appeared before them, her form a shimmering dance of light and color. She smiled, her presence filling the clearing with warmth. "You have restored the balance," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Your kindness and unity have healed the forest, and for that I am grateful." The creatures bowed their heads, their hearts swelling with pride and joy. They watched as the spirit of seasons moved among them, her touch leaving trails of stardust that glimmered like fireflies. As dawn broke, the clearing was transformed. The sapling stood proudly, its leaves glistening with morning dew, a testament to the power of friendship and harmony. "Thank you," Fergus said softly, his eyes meeting those of his friends. "We have done this together." With the balance restored, the forest once again thrummed with life. The dissonant note had been silenced, replaced by the harmonious symphony of nature. The creatures returned to their homes, their spirits light and hearts full. And so, the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of unity and wisdom passed down through generations. Fergus, with his keen eye and gentle heart, knew that the forest would always find a way to heal, as long as its creatures remained kind and true. As the sun set, casting its final glow over the ancient trees, Fergus returned to his burrow beneath the great oak. The wind rustled the leaves, whispering a lullaby that carried him into a deep, peaceful sleep, cradled in the embrace of the forest he loved so dearly. Story 25. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and serene forests, where cobblestone paths meandered past cottages with thatched roofs, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had hair the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity like the morning dew. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the earthy aroma of the nearby woods. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara was tidying the attic, she stumbled upon a peculiar object tucked away in the corner, beneath a quilt of dust and time. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and blooming flowers. The wood felt warm and smooth beneath her fingers, as though it were alive. Intrigued, Clara carefully opened the box. To her astonishment, it contained an exquisite, shimmering key that seemed to hum with a gentle, melodic energy. Clara's grandmother, wise and gentle, had always told her that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. "Listen closely," she would say, "and the world will whisper its secrets to you." Remembering her grandmother's words, Clara gently closed the box and slipped it into her pocket, feeling an inexplicable pull to uncover its mystery. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Clara sat by the crackling fireplace with her grandmother. She shared her discovery, her voice filled with wonder and excitement. Her grandmother listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Ah, my dear," she said softly, "that key is no ordinary key. It was once believed to unlock the secrets of the heart's true desire." Curiosity piqued. Clara knew she had to learn more. The next morning, she set out on a journey, guided by the whisper of the wind and the gentle rustle of leaves. Her first stop was the village library, a cozy haven of books and stories, where she hoped to find clues about the mysterious key. The library was watched over by old Mr. Thistle, a kind-hearted librarian with a bushy beard and spectacles perched precariously on his nose. He was a man who believed that every question had an answer hidden within the pages of a book. As Clara shared her tale, Mr. Thistle's eyes lit up with interest. "Ah, the key of whispers," he mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "It is said to lead its bearer to a place where the heart's deepest wishes can be understood." With Mr. Thistle's guidance, Clara spent hours poring over ancient tomes and scrolls, her fingers tracing the faded ink. She learned of a place called the Grove of Echoes, a mystical forest where the key would reveal its true power. The journey to the grove was not without its challenges, but it was said that those who listened with their hearts would find the path. Determined, Clara set out for the Grove of Echoes, accompanied by two loyal companions, a mischievous squirrel named Nibbles, whose bushy tail seemed to have a mind of its own, and a wise old owl named Solstice, who had a penchant for riddles and sage advice. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and the sweet melody of birdsong. The path was winding and oftentimes obscured, but Clara's heart was her compass, guiding her with whispers of intuition. Along the way, they encountered challenges that required more than just courage. At a bubbling brook, they met a family of turtles who were struggling to cross the swift current. Clara, with Nibbles and Solstice by her side, devised a clever way to help them across by using a fallen branch as a bridge. The turtles, grateful for their help, shared a riddle that hinted at the grove's entrance. Where shadows dance and echoes sing, the heart's desire takes wing. Further along, they encountered an ancient tree, its bark etched with mysterious symbols. Solstice, with his vast knowledge, deciphered the symbols, revealing them to be a map of the stars. It was then that Clara realized they needed to wait for nightfall, when the stars would guide them to the grove. As the sun set and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Clara, Nibbles, and Solstice followed the celestial map. It led them to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water, and the air was filled with a harmonious hum, as if the forest itself was singing. There, in the heart of the Grove of Echoes, Clara held up the shimmering key. It began to glow softly, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden light. The ground beneath her feet shimmered, revealing a hidden path that seemed to lead into the very essence of the forest. As Clara stepped onto the path, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if it were guiding her towards something profound. She closed her eyes, and in that moment of quiet introspection, she understood that the key's magic was not in unlocking a door, but in unlocking her own understanding. She realized that her heart's deepest desire was not a tangible object, but a feeling, a sense of belonging and connection with the world around her. With a newfound sense of peace and clarity, Clara returned to the village, her heart light and filled with gratitude. The journey had taught her the true power of listening, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She had discovered that the greatest magic of all was the wisdom found in kindness and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the seasons changed, Clara shared her story with the villagers, inspiring them to embark on their own journeys of discovery. Her adventures became tales told by the fireside, where children listened with wide eyes and open hearts, dreaming of the day when they too might find a key that would lead them to the secrets of their own hearts. And in the cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the whispers of the forest, Clara and her grandmother would sit by the fire, their hearts content and full of love. For they knew that the greatest treasures were not found in distant lands, but within the hearts of those who dared to listen to the world and to themselves. In the end, the key's magic lay not in opening doors, but in opening hearts, and Clara's heart had found its true home. And as the village slept under the starry sky, the world seemed to hum with a gentle, harmonious melody, a reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who listened closely enough to hear its song. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whimsy woodlands, there existed a peculiar village named Twiddleton. This village was unlike any other, for it was a place where laughter hung in the air like soft mist, and every cobblestone path seemed to be leading to an unexpected adventure. In Twiddleton, there lived a charmingly peculiar squirrel named Mr. Nutters. Now, Mr. Nutters was no ordinary squirrel. He had the fluffiest tail in the whole forest, which shimmered with a sprinkle of golden dust that would tinkle like tiny bells whenever he wagged it. Mr. Nutters was known for his love of acorns and his talent for storytelling. He would often gather the woodland creatures around the grand old oak tree, regaling them with tales of daring deeds in faraway lands. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their way to the forest floor, Mr. Tank Nutters discovered that all the acorns he had diligently collected had mysteriously disappeared from his hollowed tree trunk. Bewildered and a bit flustered, he decided to seek the wisdom of his dear friend, Felicity the fox. Felicity was the cleverest creature in Twiddleton, known for her sparkling eyes and the soft silken scarves she made from the finest threads of moonlight. Felicity listened intently to Mr. Nutter's plight, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems we have a case of magical mischief on our paws," she concluded with a twinkle in her eye. "Perhaps it's the work of the Giggle Goblins." Now, the Giggle Goblins were mischievous little beings who lived in the nearby Giggle Glade. They had a propensity for pranks and were known to borrow things that caught their fancy, only to return them in the most unexpected ways. Determined to solve the mystery, Mr. Nutters and Felicity set off towards the Giggle Glade. The path was lined with mushrooms that glowed like lanterns and flowers that hummed gentle lullabies. As they ventured deeper, a delightful sound of tinkling laughter echoed through the trees. Upon reaching the glade, they found the Giggle Goblins mid-giggle, bouncing playfully on the fluffy clouds that drifted lazily above the grass. One of the goblins, a sprightly fellow with hair like spun candy floss, noticed the visitors and bounded over. "Ah, the squirrel with the golden tail, and the fox with the moonbeam scarves," he chirped, clearly delighted. "What brings you to our giggling grounds?" Mr. Nutters explained his predicament, and the goblins listened with wide, curious eyes. "Oh dear," said the candy floss-haired goblin, whose name was Snickersnap. "We did find such shiny acorns and thought they were gifts from the trees. We only wanted to make necklaces for our autumn festival." At that moment, Mr. Nutters had a spark of inspiration. "How about we make a new kind of festival?" he proposed. "We can combine your giggling fun with my stories and Felicity's scarves. It shall be a festival of friendship." The goblins clapped their hands with glee, their eyes twinkling with excitement at the prospect of such a celebration. They quickly agreed to return the acorns and, in turn, promised to add their own touch of giggling magic to the festival. The preparations began in earnest. Felicity crafted vibrant banners that fluttered like gentle breezes, and Mr. Nutters polished his acorn collection until they gleamed like tiny suns. The goblins worked their magic, creating pockets of laughter that would burst like bubbles, sending ripples of joy through anyone nearby. On the day of the festival, creatures from all corners of the whimsy woodlands gathered under the grand oak. The air was filled with the scent of honeyed air, and the sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, even though it was still daylight. As the festival began, the Giggle Goblins danced and tumbled, their laughter infectious, while Mr. Nutters wove his enchanting tales, each more whimsical than the last. The highlight of the evening was when Felicity distributed her moonbeam scarves, each one possessing a unique charm that whispered secrets of the forest to the wearer. As the night deepened, the goblins released their pockets of laughter, and the sky filled with shimmering waves of giggles that looked like shooting stars. As the festival drew to a close, Mr. Nutters, Felicity, and the Giggle Goblins stood together, basking in the glow of friendship and shared joy. The acorns were safely back in Mr. Nutter's care, but more importantly, a new bond had been formed. From that night on, the Festival of Friendship became an annual tradition in Twiddleton, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to solve a magical problem is a little creativity, a sprinkle of kindness, and a dash of laughter shared among friends. And so, as the moon rose high and the stars twinkled like playful eyes, the creatures of the whimsy woodlands drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in their world, magic and friendship were forever intertwined. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed a soft lullaby and the leaves shimmered like emeralds under the gentle moonlight, there lay a village named Thistledown. This was no ordinary village, for every creature and plant, every stone and stream held a touch of enchantment. The villagers lived in harmony with the magic that surrounded them, guided by the wisdom of elders and the gentle whispers of the forest. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a silvery glow over the cobblestone paths, a curious occurrence began to unfold. It started with the fireflies, who danced around the village each evening, illuminating the paths with their tiny golden lights. One night, they had taken to forming peculiar patterns in the air, circles and spirals that seemed to tell a story or perhaps a riddle waiting to be solved. The villagers, intrigued by these luminous symbols, gathered in the village square, where a grand oak tree stood, its branches like arms open wide in a welcoming embrace. Among them was a young girl with eyes as bright as the morning sun, known for her curiosity and her knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook. She was often found with her nose buried in books or wandering the forest trails, listening to the tales the wind would tell. "Look carefully," she whispered to her friends, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I believe the fireflies are trying to communicate something important." A wise old tortoise named Mossback, who was known for his long journeys and tales of faraway lands, nodded slowly. "The forest has its ways of speaking, my dear," he said in a voice as deep and gentle as a river. "Perhaps there is something we need to understand." The villagers watched as the fireflies twirled and spun, their glow weaving through the air like threads of golden silk. But no one could decipher the meaning behind their dance. Just then a soft hoot echoed from the branches above, and a snowy owl with eyes like polished amber fluttered down to perch beside the girl. "You have always been a keen observer, young one," the owl cooed, his feathers as soft as down. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message that only you can unravel." Encouraged by the owl's words, the girl spent the next few nights observing the fireflies, noting every twist and turn of their flight. She noticed that the patterns changed each night, as if they were part of a larger puzzle. The villagers, too, began to contribute their ideas, sharing stories and memories that might shed light on the mystery. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the girl had a revelation. She realized that the fireflies' patterns matched the constellations that glimmered above the village, a celestial map that pointed towards something hidden in the forest. Excited by her discovery, she shared her findings with the villagers. Together, under the guidance of Mossback and the snowy owl, they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the fireflies' glow. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the forest hummed with a quiet, magical energy. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight spilled like silver onto a small, forgotten well. It was an ancient structure, covered in moss and vines, and yet there was something undeniably enchanting about it. The girl approached the well, her heart whispering that this was the place the fireflies had led them to. She peered into its depths, and within the dark waters she saw a reflection not of herself, but of the village, vibrant and full of life, as if viewed through the eyes of the forest itself. Mossback, with his slow, deliberate movements, approached the well and gently dipped a paw into the water. A ripple spread across the surface, and the image changed to show the village square, where the fireflies had first begun their dance. "It seems the forest has been watching over us," Mossback murmured, his voice a blend of awe and understanding. "Perhaps it wished to remind us of the harmony we share with the world around us." The snowy owl nodded, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. Indeed, the magic of the forest is not in its secrets, but in its gift of connection. With this newfound understanding, the villagers returned home, their hearts light and their minds at peace. The fireflies continued their dance, but now the villagers saw them not as a mystery to solve, but as companions in the night's gentle embrace. As the girl lay in her bed that night, she felt the warmth of the village and the forest surrounding her like a soft, comforting blanket. She understood that sometimes the magic of the world did not lie in grand discoveries, but in the simple, quiet connections that weave through every living thing. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle whispers of the whispering woods, the village of Thistledown settled into a peaceful sleep, knowing that they were a part of something wondrous and whole. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a forgotten corner of the forest, an ancient willow tree stood tall and proud, its branches swaying in the gentle breeze. Nestled within its hollow trunk lay a secret world, a magical realm hidden from the eyes of those who merely passed by without truly seeing. In this enchanted realm lived a merry band of forest sprites, their laughter echoing through the whispering leaves. Among them was Lumi, a young sprite whose curiosity knew no bounds. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, and her heart yearned for adventure beyond the cozy confines of the Willow's embrace. One summer's eve, as the fireflies danced their luminous waltz, Lumi's gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a glimmering acorn, radiating with a warm, golden glow. Drawn by its ethereal beauty, she reached out and gently cradled it in her delicate hands. As her fingers brushed against the acorn's smooth surface, a surge of energy pulsed through her, filling her with a sense of excitement and possibility. In that moment, she knew her destiny lay beyond the boundaries of the hidden realm, beckoning her to embark on a journey of self-discovery. With a deep breath and a flutter of her gossamer wings, Lumi bid farewell to her fellow sprites and stepped out into the vast, unknown world beyond the Willow's hollow. The forest paths unfurled before her, each twist and turn offering a new sight, a new scent, and a new adventure. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the woods, Lumi encountered wondrous creatures and breathtaking landscapes she had only glimpsed in her wildest dreams. A family of playful otters frolicked in a crystal-clear stream, their laughter infectious. A majestic stag, adorned with antlers that seemed to reach for the heavens, gazed upon her with wise, gentle eyes. With each new encounter, Lumi's heart swelled with a profound respect for the natural world and its inhabitants. She marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that wove together the forest's vibrant tapestry, a symphony of interconnected beings, all playing their part in this grand, harmonious dance. Yet even as she reveled in the beauty around her, a nagging sense of unease stirred within Lumi. Something was amiss, a discord in the symphony that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of the forest. It was then that she stumbled upon a sight that chilled her to the core. A once flourishing glade lay barren and desolate, the trees stripped of their leaves, the ground scorched and lifeless. Amidst the devastation, a lone figure sat huddled, weeping bitter tears. As Lumi approached, she recognized the figure as Willow, a wise and gentle dryad who had been the guardian of this sacred grove for countless seasons. With a heavy heart, Willow explained how a greedy human had discovered the glade and sought to exploit its magic for personal gain, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake. Lumi's heart ached for her friend and for the once vibrant glade. In that moment, she knew her journey had taken on a greater purpose, to restore balance and harmony to the forest, and to protect its wonders from those who would selfishly destroy them. Fueled by determination and armed with the glowing acorn's mysterious power, Lumi set out on a quest to heal the wounded land. She sought out the most ancient and revered beings of the forest, learning their secrets and harnessing the restorative energies that flowed through every fiber of nature's tapestry. With each lesson, her understanding deepened, and her connection to the forest grew stronger. She wove intricate spells of renewal, coaxing new life from the scorched earth and beckoning the trees to unfurl their verdant leaves once more. As the glade slowly regained its former glory, Lumi's heart swelled with pride and a newfound sense of purpose. She had become a guardian in her own right, a protector of the forest's sacred spaces, and a champion of its delicate balance. But her journey was far from over. Whispers on the wind spoke of other wounded glades, other places where the harmony had been disrupted by greed and ignorance. With her newfound abilities and a steadfast resolve, Lumi embarked on a quest to heal the forest, one grove at a time. Along the way, she forged unexpected friendships with unlikely allies. A wise old owl who shared his vast knowledge of the forest's lore, a mischievous fox who guided her through hidden paths, and even a gruff but kind-hearted bear who taught her the ways of the earth's ancient rhythms. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond, a fellowship dedicated to preserving the natural world's wonders and ensuring that its magic would never be exploited or forgotten. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lumi's journeys took her to the farthest reaches of the forest, each adventure more profound and transformative than the last. She witnessed the birth of new life in the depths of a hidden meadow, danced beneath the ethereal glow of the northern lights, and stood in awe before ancient, towering redwoods that had borne witness to the ebb and flow of countless ages. Through it all, the glowing acorn remained her constant companion, a wellspring of energy and a reminder of the incredible power that lay within even the smallest of seeds, if only given the chance to blossom and grow. And as Lumi's own understanding and abilities blossomed, she realized that her journey had not only healed the forest, but had transformed her very being. She had grown from a wide-eyed sprite into a wise and resilient protector, her heart overflowing with compassion and her spirit inextricably intertwined with the rhythms of the natural world. On the eve of her final adventure, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in vibrant hues, Lumi returned to the ancient willow tree where her journey had begun. There, surrounded by her fellow sprites and the cherished friends she had made along the way, she shared the tales of her travels and the lessons she had learned. As the glowing acorn pulsed with a warm, radiant light, Lumi knew that her quest had come full circle. She had not only healed the forest, but had discovered the true magic that lay within her own heart, a boundless love for the natural world, and an unwavering commitment to safeguarding its wonders for generations to come. And so, as the first crisp leaves of autumn danced on the breeze, Lumi took her place as the new guardian of the hidden realm within the willow tree, her spirit forever intertwined with the ebb and flow of the forest's eternal song. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of whispering hills and the gentle embrace of a shimmering lake, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a cozy stone cottage, its walls covered with ivy, and its garden alive with flowers that painted the air with a sweet, fragrant melody. Leora was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she harbored a secret struggle that whispered through her days like a chilling breeze. Change, with its uncertain winds, filled her with a quiet dread. The thought of leaving the familiar, even when it became dull and confining, sent ripples of unease through her soul. One misty morning, as the sun stretched its golden arms across the sleepy village, Leora took a stroll along the lake's edge. The water, a mirror to the sky, held the promise of secrets only the deep could keep. As she wandered, she found herself at the edge of an enchanted forest, a place said to be alive with magic and wonder. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and earthy browns, where the scent of pine mingled with the crispness of fresh rain. Timidly, Leora stepped forward, her heart a drumbeat of both fear and excitement. With each step, the forest seemed to hum a lullaby, drawing her deeper into its embrace. It was then that Leora met a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, luminous fox with fur that shimmered like starlit snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ancient tales. The fox, with a voice as soft as a whispering brook, introduced himself as Rune. "I see you carry the weight of uncertainty," Rune said, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Change is the magic of life, my dear, and sometimes it takes a gentle nudge to embrace it." Leora nodded, feeling the truth of Rune's words settle warmly in her heart. "But how do I begin?" she asked, her voice barely more than a breath. Rune gestured with his nose toward a path that wound deeper into the forest. "Walk this path, and let the forest show you the way. Magic is not in the destination, but in the journey." With Rune by her side, Leora ventured further. The forest transformed around her, each step unveiling new wonders, trees that whispered ancient secrets, flowers that bloomed with laughter, and streams that sang of forgotten dreams. As days turned to nights, and nights to days, Leora discovered companions in the forest who shared their wisdom. There was Orin, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight, who taught her the patience of the night. "In stillness you will find clarity," Orin would hoot softly, his eyes reflecting the stars. Then there was Nia, a playful squirrel, whose antics brought laughter to Leora's heart. "Sometimes it's all about seeing the world from a different branch," Nia chirped, hanging upside down from a leafy bough. Through these encounters, Leora began to see change, not as a storm to be feared, but as a gentle breeze guiding her toward new horizons. She learned to trust the rhythm of the forest, and in turn, the rhythm of her own heart. One twilight, as the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, Rune led Leora to a clearing where stood a single, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its shade, Leora felt a deep peace settle over her, as if the tree itself was cradling her worries. "Here," Rune said, his voice a gentle caress, "is where the magic of transformation will reveal itself." As Leora closed her eyes, she felt the world around her shift and change. She sensed the roots beneath her, strong and grounding, while the branches of stretched upward, open and free. In that moment, she understood that change was not a loss, but a growth, a blossoming into something new and beautiful. When she opened her eyes, the forest was aglow with a light that seemed to dance and shimmer. She looked at her hands, amazed to find them glowing softly, mirroring the light within her spirit. She had become one with the magic of the forest, her fears transformed into courage, her hesitations into hope. With a heart now open to the wonders of the unknown, Leora returned to her village. The stone cottage, the ivy, and the garden welcomed her home, unchanged yet somehow different in her eyes, for she had changed, and with her, the world around her. Leora embraced the ebb and flow of life, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in the unfamiliar. Her journey through the enchanted forest had taught her that magic lived not in resisting change, but in embracing it with an open heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle murmur of the lake, Leora found peace. Her story became a soft, comforting melody that drifted through the village, a tale of transformation, of growth, and of the endless beauty found in the dance of change. As the village slumbered, cradled by the night, Leora's spirit soared, a beacon of light for all who dared to seek their own path through the enchanted forest of life. And there, in the quiet embrace of her stone cottage, she knew that she had found her way home. The end. Story 30? In the heart of a lush, sprawling forest, where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs and gardens teeming with blossoms of every hue. The air here was perpetually sweetened by the scent of honeysuckle and lavender, carrying with it a sense of timelessness and tranquility. The villagers of Willowbrook were a harmonious bunch, living in rhythm with the gentle cycles of nature. They spoke in soft, musical tones, and their laughter was a frequent guest in the lanes that wove between their homes. Among them lived a young girl named Anwen, whose bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart was as warm as the morning sun. Anwen had a penchant for adventure and a knack for noticing things others might overlook. She often spent her days wandering the forest paths, accompanied by her loyal companion, a wise old owl named Bramble. Bramble was no ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with a silvery hue under the moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Together they shared a bond that went beyond words, communicating in a language of understanding and trust. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of amber and gold, Anwen noticed something peculiar. As she made her way to the village square, she found that the normally vibrant flowers along the path had lost their color, appearing dull and lackluster. The villagers were perplexed, whispering amongst themselves, their voices tinged with worry. "Strange, isn't it?" remarked Mrs. Hazelwood, the village baker, as she dusted flour from her hands. "I've never seen the flowers like this before." Anwen nodded, her brow furrowed in thought. "It is strange," she agreed softly, reaching out to gently touch the petals of a nearby daffodil, which crumbled like ash at her fingertips. Bramble, perched on her shoulder, hooted softly, a sound that resonated with a gentle urgency. Anwen knew that the owl's instincts were rarely wrong. Determined to uncover the mystery, Anwen decided to seek the counsel of Elder Fern, the village sage. Elder Fern was a kindly old man with a beard as white as fresh snow and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. His home, nestled at the edge of the village, was a sanctuary of wisdom and tranquility, with shelves lined with ancient tomes and the scent of herbs lingering in the air. As Anwen and Bramble approached his cottage, they were greeted by the soothing sound of wind chimes tinkling in the breeze. Elder Fern welcomed them with a warm smile and invited them to sit by the hearth, where a gentle fire crackled, casting a comforting glow over the room. "Elder Fern," Anwen began, her voice steady yet filled with concern, "the flowers are losing their color, and the villagers are worried. Do you know what might be causing this?" The old sage nodded thoughtfully, his fingers absent-mindedly stroking his beard. "Ah, the fading of colors," he mused, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is a sign that the balance of magic in our forest is disturbed." Anwen listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "What could have caused such a disturbance?" she asked. Elder Fern gazed into the fire, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "Long ago, there was a guardian of the forest, a gentle spirit named Silva. She ensured that the magic flowed freely and harmoniously. But now, something must be troubling her, causing this imbalance." Anwen's heart was stirred by the tale. "How can we help Silva?" she inquired, her voice filled with determination. Bramble hooted in agreement, his eyes shining with approval. Elder Fern smiled, a glint of pride in his eyes. "To restore the balance, you must first find Silva. She resides deep within the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stand tall and wise. Listen to the whispers of the woods, and they will guide you." With a newfound sense of purpose, Anwen and Bramble set off into the forest, their footsteps light and eager. The path was dappled with sunlight, filtering through the canopy above, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle trickle of a nearby stream. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed the subtle signs that guided their way. An arch of branches here, a cluster of unusually shaped stones there, each a quiet whisper pointing them in the right direction. Finally, they reached a clearing where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches intertwining high above. In the center stood Silva, the forest spirit, her form shimmering like morning dew in the first light. Her presence exuded a serene grace, though her expression was tinged with sorrow. "Greetings, kind spirit," Anwen spoke softly, bowing her head in respect. "We have come to help you restore the balance of magic in our forest." Silva regarded them with gentle eyes, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "I am grateful for your presence, brave ones. The magic has waned because the ancient stones, which channel the energy of the earth, have been disturbed." Anwen's mind raced with possibilities. "How might we restore them?" she asked. "The stones must be realigned with the flow of magic," Silva explained. "But it requires a heart pure of intention and the wisdom to see the unseen." Anwen and Bramble exchanged a knowing glance. They had come this far through the strength of their friendship and trust in one another. Together, they could achieve this task. Guided by Silva's gentle instructions, they set about finding the ancient stones which lay scattered throughout the clearing. Anwen's keen eyes and Bramble's sharp instincts helped them locate each stone, some hidden beneath layers of fallen leaves, others nestled among the roots of towering oaks. With careful hands, Anwen began to realign the stones, feeling the subtle hum of magic as each one found its rightful place. Bramble, with his watchful eyes, ensured that the arrangement was perfect, hooting softly whenever a stone needed adjustment. As the last stone was set, a ripple of energy surged through the clearing, and the colors of the forest bloomed anew, vibrant and full of life. The flowers regained their brilliant hues, and the air seemed to shimmer with a newfound vitality. Silva's smile was radiant, her gratitude palpable. "You have done well, dear ones. The balance is restored, and the forest sings with joy once more." Anwen beamed with happiness, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "It was our honor, Silva," she replied, her voice brimming with warmth. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to embrace them, its leaves rustling in a gentle lullaby. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their relief evident in their smiles. That evening, as Anwen and Bramble sat by the fire, sipping mugs of steaming cocoa, they reflected on their adventure. The flickering flames painted shadows on the walls, and the room was filled with a comforting silence. "Sometimes," Anwen mused, her voice soft and thoughtful, "the answers we seek are found not just in what we see, but in what we feel and understand." Bramble hooted in agreement, his eyes closing in contentment. And so, with the mystery resolved and the village at peace, Anwen drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the warmth of friendship and the magic of the world around her. And in that peaceful moment, all was right with the world. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the leaves whispered secrets only the wind could carry, there lay a hidden realm known to its inhabitants as the Glade of Seasons. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like sunlight on a babbling brook. Here the natural creatures lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of nature. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that invited all to breathe deeply and relax. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches woven together as if in a protective embrace, creating a canopy that filtered the sun's rays into dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this enchanted glade lived creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with a role as important as the next. Among them was a wise old owl named Oriole, whose eyes seemed to hold the history of the forest within their amber depths. He was the keeper of ancient wisdom, passed down from bird to bird through countless generations. Perched high in a giant oak, Oriole watched over the glade, his keen eyes missing nothing. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was painted with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the gentle rustle of the forest floor, a young fox named Brindle appeared at the base of Oriole's tree. His coat was a tapestry of russet and gold, blending perfectly with the colors of the season. Brindle was curious and adventurous, always eager to learn more about the world he called home. "Good morning, Oriole," Brindle called up to the owl, his voice a soft melody that mingled with the murmurs of the forest. "I have come to seek your wisdom." Oriole blinked slowly, a gesture that seemed to acknowledge both Brindle's presence and his request. "Good morning, young one. What is it you wish to know?" Brindle shifted his paws, feeling the cool earth beneath them. "I have heard tales of the great balance, the harmony that sustains our forest, but I do not understand how it works or why it is so important." The old owl ruffled his feathers, settling more comfortably on his branch. "Ah, the great balance," he began, his voice as smooth as the autumn breeze. "It is the very essence of our existence here in the glade. Every creature, every plant, every breath of wind plays its part. To understand the balance, you must first understand the cycles of the seasons." As Oriole spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with his words. Brindle imagined the vibrant burst of spring, when life awakened from its winter slumber, flowers unfurling their petals to greet the sun. He pictured the summer, rich and lush, when the forest thrived in the warmth of the long days. Autumn, the season of harvest and preparation, painted the world in hues of gold and crimson. And finally, winter, a time of rest and reflection, when the earth wrapped itself in a blanket of snow and silence. "The seasons," Oriole continued, "are the foundation of the great balance. Each one follows the other in a never-ending cycle, ensuring that life continues to flourish. It is a dance, an intricate pattern that we must all respect and uphold." Brindle listened intently, the wisdom of the ages weaving itself into his understanding. "But what happens if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. A thoughtful silence hung in the air, broken only by the gentle chirping of crickets. "When the balance is disturbed," Oriole replied, "the forest suffers. The harmony that sustains us falters, and chaos can take root. It is the duty of all creatures to maintain the balance, to act with care and wisdom." Just then, a gentle rustle announced the arrival of Celia, a graceful deer with eyes as deep and serene as a still pond. She nuzzled Brindle affectionately before turning to Oriole. "I overheard your conversation," she said softly. "Perhaps it is time for young Brindle to learn the ways of the season's circle." Oriole nodded, his gaze warm and approving. "Yes, Celia, I believe you are right. It is time." The season's circle was a gathering held once every year, where the creatures of the glade came together to celebrate the turning of the seasons and to renew their commitment to the great balance. It was a time of joy and reflection, where stories were shared and bonds were strengthened. As the day of the gathering drew near, Brindle felt a tingling sense of anticipation. The forest seemed to echo his excitement, its energy vibrant and alive. On the evening of the season's circle, the glade was transformed into a magical haven, illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies and the silvery light of the moon. The air was filled with the soothing melody of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. Creatures from every corner of the forest gathered, their eyes alight with a shared purpose. Brindle stood alongside Celia, feeling the warmth of her presence and the strength of the community around him. Oriole presided over the gathering, his voice carrying the weight of tradition and the promise of the future. We are the guardians of this forest, he proclaimed, entrusted with the gift of balance. Let us honor the seasons and the wisdom they bring. As the creatures joined hands, paws and wings in a circle, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it the scent of pine and the whisper of ancient secrets. Brindle closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the forest, the heartbeat of the earth beneath him. In that moment, he understood the great balance, not as a distant concept, but as a living, breathing truth. The season's circle continued long into the night, a celebration of life and the beauty of harmony. As the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the creatures dispersed, each carrying with them a renewed sense of purpose and unity. Brindle walked beside Celia, his heart full and his mind at peace. "Thank you," he said, his voice a gentle sigh. "I understand now. The great balance is more than just a duty. It is a gift, a reminder of the wonder that surrounds us." Celia nuzzled him affectionately, her eyes warm with pride. "Yes, Brindle, and it is a gift we must cherish and protect." As they made their way back through the forest, the sun rose higher, bathing the glade in a golden glow. The ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, watching over the hidden lives of their inhabitants, guardians of a world where magic and reality intertwined. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle reminder that they were all part of something greater than themselves. Together, they upheld the great balance, a testament to the enduring beauty of nature and the power of unity. Story 32. In the heart of a sprawling forest where the whispers of ancient trees mingled with the songs of hidden brooks, there lay a village called Green Hollow. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and nature embraced every corner with the gentle touch of moss and the perfume of wildflowers. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of the towering oaks, lived a young seamstress named Maya. Maya was known for her delicate stitching that seemed to infuse life into the very fabric she touched. Yet despite her gift, Maya felt a restlessness she couldn't quite name. She was like a leaf caught in a breeze, uncertain of where she might land. Each day she watched the sun rise and set, wondering if there was more to discover beyond her needle and thread. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Maya sat at the edge of the village, her thoughts as tangled as the yarn beside her. The air was cool and carried with it the earthy scent of pine. As she pondered her life, a soft rustling broke the silence. Out from the shadows emerged an old, wise tortoise named Alden, his shell etched with the stories of centuries. "Good evening, Maya," Alden said, his voice as soothing as the lull of a gentle stream. "Why do you sit here with your thoughts heavier than the stones of the river?" Maya sighed, the sound barely louder than a whisper of wind. "I feel trapped, Alden. Every day is the same, and I long for something more, but I fear what change might bring." Alden nodded knowingly, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of the ages. "Change, my dear, is like the cycle of the seasons. It brings both challenge and renewal, but within it lies the magic of transformation." With those words, Alden nudged a small, glowing stone towards Maya. It pulsed with a light reminiscent of moonbeams dancing on water. "This," he explained, "is a moonstone, a gift from the heart of the forest. It holds the power to reveal the potential within you. But remember, true transformation comes from within." Curiosity flickered in Maya's heart as she took the moonstone in her hands. Its warmth spread through her fingers, a comforting glow that seemed to whisper promises of wonder and discovery. The next morning, Maya awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. Clutching the moonstone, she ventured into the forest, where the trees stood like guardians of secrets untold. As she walked, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor, guiding her steps. Deeper into the woods, she encountered a glen filled with wildflowers swaying to the melody of the breeze. There she met a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose laughter was as infectious as the joy of a sunlit morning. "Well, hello there," chirped Pippin, his eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Maya shared her story and her wish for change. Pippin listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Transformation," he said, "is like the blooming of a flower. It takes patience and care, but when it happens, oh, how beautiful it is. With Pippin's encouragement, Maya spent her days exploring the forest, learning from its creatures and their harmonious existence. She watched the caterpillars weave their cocoons, the transformation hidden within, and marveled at the resilience of the tiny seedlings that pushed through the earth towards the sun. As the moonstone's light guided her journey, Maya began to notice changes within herself. Her fears slowly melted away, replaced by a quiet confidence. Her heart, once restless, now beat in rhythm with the world around her. One evening, as she sat by a gentle stream that sang a lullaby to the stars, Maya's reflection shimmered back at her, different yet wonderfully familiar. She saw not just a seamstress, but a young woman on the cusp of her own blooming. Returning to Green Hollow, Maya brought with her the magic of the forest. Her creations, inspired by the beauty she had witnessed, wove stories of transformation and growth. Each stitch was a testament to the journey she had undertaken, a reminder that true change comes from embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the seasons turned, Maya understood that life's greatest magic lay not in the destination, but in the path of discovery. And so, with Alden, Pippin, and the forest as her companions, she continued to weave her life with threads of courage, friendship, and the gentle glow of the moonstone. In the quiet moments of dusk, when the village settled into sleep, Maya often found herself sitting at the edge of Green Hollow. Here, beneath the starlit sky, she would smile, knowing that she had found her place in the tapestry of the world. The forest sang its timeless song, and Maya, once a leaf caught in the breeze, had learned to dance with the wind. Story 33. In the distant reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across an indigo velvet sky, lay a small, bustling interstellar port known as Starhaven. Its myriad platforms stretched out like the petals of a cosmic flower, each teeming with travelers from every corner of the universe. On one such platform, a young, vibrant traveler named Lila from the lush, verdant planet of Viridia was adjusting her satchel, her emerald eyes wide with anticipation. Her skin shimmered with a faint luminescence, a trait of her species, the Verdans, who were known for their deep connection to nature. Lila was on a mission to learn more about the universe beyond her green forests and crystalline lakes. As she navigated through the throngs of creatures, her gaze fell upon an unusual being sitting alone on a bench, clutching a small, metallic device. He was a Vortican named Zephyr, hailing from the arid, metallic world of Vorticos. His skin was a deep, cobalt blue, with patterns that glowed faintly under the dim lighting of the port. The Vorticans were known for their technological prowess, but Zephyr seemed lost in the hustle, his eyes scanning the crowd with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Feeling an inexplicable pull, Lila approached him with a warm smile. "Hello there," she greeted, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze through the trees. "Mind if I sit here?" Zephyr looked up, his intense, deep-set eyes softening as he nodded. "Of course," he replied, his voice resonating with a metallic timbre. "I'm Zephyr." "I'm Lila," she introduced herself, settling beside him. "What brings you to Starhaven?" Zephyr hesitated, glancing at his device. "I'm on a quest to find a component for my homeworld. It's critical for maintaining our atmosphere, but this place is overwhelming." Lila nodded, understanding the complexity of being away from home. "I can help you, if you'd like," she offered, her heart open and genuine. As they set off together, the differences between them became apparent. Lyra's plant-based instincts led her to seek harmony and balance, while Zephyr's mechanical intuition drove him towards efficiency and structure. Their first misunderstanding occurred as they approached a bustling market. "Let's start here," suggested Lila, pointing to a vendor with an array of shimmering artifacts. Zephyr frowned, his logical mind assessing the situation. "This isn't the right place. These are trinkets, not what we need." "But look," Lila said, touching a glowing orb that pulsed gently in her hand. "It feels like it has life." Zephyr sighed, his patience wearing thin. "We need precision, not feelings." Lila, her feelings slightly bruised, fell silent for a moment, but as they continued, she began to understand Zephyr's perspective, realizing that his approach was simply different, not wrong. Their journey took them through the bustling corridors of Starhaven, each step a dance of negotiation and compromise. They encountered floating jellyfish-like creatures from Aquarion, whose translucent bodies glimmered with bioluminescent patterns that fascinated Lyra and intrigued Zephyr for their potential energy sources. They met traders from the volcanic planet of Pyros, their fiery tempers a challenge for Lyra's patience, but an opportunity for Zephyr to display his knack for negotiation. Slowly, their misunderstandings turned to shared laughter. Each moment of tension was an opportunity for growth, each disagreement a chance to understand another way of thinking. Lyra began to see the beauty in Zephyr's analytical mind, while Zephyr found solace in Lyra's intuitive approach to the universe. One evening, as twin moons rose over Starhaven, casting a silvery glow over the port, Lyra and Zephyr found themselves at the edge of a crystal-clear pond. The water reflected the stars above, a mirror to the vastness of space that connected them. "I think I understand now," Zephyr murmured, his voice softer, less guarded. "In your world, you listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. You see things I can't." Lyra smiled, her heart full. "And you, with your logic and precision, see things I would miss. Together, we make quite the team." As they sat by the pond, a soft breeze carrying the scent of unfamiliar flowers, a gentle understanding blossomed between them. They were more than just companions, they were friends, united by their differences and the shared journey that had brought them closer. In the following days, Lyra and Zephyr worked in harmony, combining their unique strengths to find the component Zephyr needed. Lyra's intuition led them to a hidden part of the market, where an ancient vendor, with eyes as old as the stars, offered the very component they sought. Zephyr's expertise confirmed its authenticity, and together they secured the future of Vorticos. Their mission complete, the time came for them to part ways. Standing on the same platform where they had first met, Lyra and Zephyr exchanged a look filled with the weight of their shared experiences. "You've taught me so much," Lyra said, her voice warm with gratitude, "about seeing the world through different eyes. And you've shown me the importance of listening to the heart," Zephyr replied, his metallic voice tinged with emotion. They embraced, a gesture that transcended the barriers of their species, a promise of an enduring friendship that would stretch across galaxies. As Lyra boarded her ship back to Viridia, and Zephyr prepared to return to Vorticos, both knew that this was not the end, but a beginning. Their paths would cross again, as stars in the same constellation, forever connected by the bond they had forged. And so, under the vast canopy of the cosmos, where stars sang their ancient songs, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a harmony of heart and mind, a dance of differences that created a beautiful symphony of unity. Story 34. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills, there stood an old cobblestone cottage with a peculiar charm. This cottage was adorned with creeping ivy and surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom in every season. Within its walls lived a gentle, curious soul named Oliver, a young boy whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. Oliver was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and kindness. He spent his days exploring the meandering paths of the village, his imagination weaving tales of adventure and mystery. But it was within the dusty attic of his own home that the greatest of all adventures awaited him. One rainy afternoon, as a gentle patter of raindrops created a soothing melody against the window panes, Oliver decided to explore the attic. The air was filled with the comforting scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. He climbed the creaky stairs, the warm glow of a lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a covering of old quilts, Oliver discovered a peculiar object, a large, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything he had seen before, adorned with swirling patterns and symbols that seemed to shift and change as the light touched them. As Oliver traced his fingers over the carvings, the box sprang to life with a soft hum, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. With a gentle click, the lid opened, revealing a collection of beautiful, shimmering marbles, each one a different color and radiating a gentle glow. Intrigued and captivated, Oliver picked up a marble that glowed with a soft, blue light. As he gazed into its depths, the world around him began to fade, replaced by a vision of a serene, shimmering lake under a sky painted with the colors of dawn. He felt a sense of peace and wonder wash over him, as if the marble was whispering secrets only he could hear. With each marble he held, a new vision unfolded. A vibrant green marble revealed a lush forest where the trees whispered ancient stories. A golden marble transported him to a sunlit meadow buzzing with the laughter of 1,000 wildflowers. Each marble was a door to another world, and Oliver realized that the box was no ordinary object. It was a gateway to places of magic and wonder. Eager to learn more, Oliver decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted woman named Agnes. She was known for her vast knowledge and gentle humor, often seen tending to her herb garden with her faithful tabby cat Whiskers by her side. "Ah, the box of wonders," Agnes mused with a twinkle in her eye when Oliver showed her his discovery. "It is said that this box chooses its keeper, someone with a heart pure and curious enough to uncover its secrets." Agnes explained that each marble held the essence of a place, a fragment of a world waiting to be explored. But more importantly, the box was a guide meant to teach its keeper about the beauty and wisdom found in the world. "The true magic," Agnes said, her voice warm and soothing like a lullaby, "lies not just in visiting these places, but in understanding the lessons they offer." With Agnes's guidance, Oliver embarked on a journey like no other. Each day, he would choose a marble and let its magic transport him. In the forest, he learned the importance of listening to the quiet voices of nature. At the lake, he discovered the serenity found in stillness and reflection. In the meadow, he understood the joy of living in harmony with the world around him. Oliver's adventures were made even more special by the friends he met along the way. There was Finn, the playful breeze who carried the scent of the sea, Luna, the wise owl who shared stories of the stars, and Pippa, the mischievous squirrel who always managed to find the sweetest acorns. Each brought their own wisdom and laughter, teaching Oliver the value of friendship and the strength found in diversity. As Oliver journeyed through the marble's worlds, he found that the greatest challenges were those that required him to think and feel deeply. In a world of mirrors, he faced reflections of his own fears and learned to embrace them with kindness. In a land of whispers, he discovered the power of his voice and the courage it took to speak his truth. The box of wonders became more than just an object of magic. It was a source of growth and understanding. Through its lessons, Oliver's heart grew wiser and his spirit more compassionate. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Oliver sat in the garden with Agnes. The marbles, now a part of him, glowed softly in the twilight. "You've come far, dear Oliver," Agnes said, her words as comforting as the embrace of a loved one. "Remember, the greatest magic is the kindness you carry within your heart." With a heart full of gratitude and wisdom, Oliver returned the box to the attic, knowing that its wonders were now a part of him. The lessons it imparted would guide him through life's many journeys, and its magic would forever whisper in his dreams. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, Oliver drifted into slumber, the marbles glow a soft lullaby, reminding him of the wonder and beauty found in every corner of the world. Story 35. In a small, secluded village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen, lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, much like the countless stars that dotted the night sky above her home. Lila was known throughout the village for her adventurous spirit and her unwavering belief in the magic that lingered in the world around her. The village, surrounded by the vibrant hues of nature, was a tapestry of cozy cottages with thatched roofs and cobblestone paths that wound their way through lush meadows. The air was perpetually filled with the scent of wildflowers and the soft melodic hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom. It was a place where time seemed to slow, inviting you to savor each moment. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a flurry of gold and crimson, Lila set off on her daily exploration of the forest. Her mother, a gentle woman with eyes as warm as a summer sunrise, handed her a small basket filled with crusty bread and sharp cheese. "Take care, my dear," her mother called out, waving a handkerchief embroidered with little bluebirds. "And remember, listen to the forest. It has much to teach." Lila nodded, the promise of adventure glinting in her eyes, and with a quick hug, she disappeared into the emerald embrace of the trees. The forest was alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and bird song. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Lyra walked with purpose, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the woods. She knew the paths well, having spent countless hours wandering under the watchful boughs of ancient oaks and pines. As she ventured deeper, she felt a familiar tug at her soul, a whisper, almost imperceptible, that guided her steps. Today, it led her to a part of the forest she had never explored before. The path was narrow, lined with ferns that brushed against her knees, and as she walked, she noticed the air growing cooler, more fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Suddenly, the path opened into a small clearing, and there, in the center, stood a tree unlike any Lyra had ever seen. Its trunk was as white as moonlight, with branches that stretched gracefully toward the sky, adorned with leaves of shimmering silver. At its base lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved box, glowing softly with a light of its own. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She approached the box cautiously, her fingers tingling with anticipation. As she knelt beside it, she noticed the delicate engravings, swirling patterns and symbols that seemed to shift and dance as the light played over them. It was a magical object, she realized, her heart skipping a beat. Gingerly, she opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a crystal pendant, its facets catching the light and casting rainbows onto the surrounding leaves. The moment she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingers, up her arm, and settled in her heart. It was as if the pendant were alive, its magic intertwining with her own spirit. Lyra knew she had discovered something extraordinary, something that would change her life forever. She spent the rest of the afternoon in the clearing, marveling at the pendant and the tree, which seemed to hum with a quiet, ancient power. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, she reluctantly tucked the pendant into her pocket and made her way back home, her mind abuzz with questions and wonder. That night, as she lay in bed beneath the quilt her grandmother had stitched with love, Lyra turned the pendant over in her hands, its glow comforting and steady. She felt a connection to it, an understanding that it was meant for her. Sleep came gently, carrying her into dreams filled with silver trees and whispered secrets. The next morning, Lyra awoke with a sense of purpose. She knew she had to unravel the mystery of the pendant and the tree. Her heart told her that the forest held the answers she sought, and so, after a quick breakfast of porridge and honey, she set off once more into the woods. As she walked, the pendant seemed to pulse in time with her footsteps, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees stood sentinel, watching her with their ancient eyes, and the air was thick with the promise of discovery. Soon she reached the clearing again, the white tree standing tall and serene. Lyra approached it, her heart a wild flutter in her chest. She placed a hand on the trunk, and to her astonishment, the tree responded. A soft voice, gentle and wise, filled her mind. "Welcome, young seeker," it said, a smile in its tone. "You have found the heartwood, and the pendant you hold is the key of unity. It chose you, for you possess the heart to wield its power with kindness and love." Lyra listened, her heart swelling with a sense of destiny. "The key of unity is a bridge," the voice continued, "a connection between worlds. It can reveal the hidden, bring light to darkness, and unite what has been divided. But its true power lies in its ability to foster understanding and friendship." Lyra pondered the words, feeling the truth of them settle into her bones. She knew, somehow, that the pendant was not just a tool but a responsibility, a call to adventure and to action. Over the following days, Lyra visited the tree often, learning its stories and secrets. She discovered that the pendant's magic was subtle and profound, enabling her to see the world in new ways. Colors were richer, sounds more vibrant, and she became aware of the hidden life that thrived in the forest. Creatures she had never noticed before, a family of shy deer, a pair of playful foxes, revealed themselves to her, and she understood their language, the intricate dance of nature around her. But the most astonishing discovery was yet to come. One misty morning, as she wandered through the woods, the pendant began to glow with a soft, insistent light. Lyra followed its pull, curiosity bubbling within her. It led her to a part of the forest she had never ventured into, a grove where the air shimmered with an otherworldly energy. As she stepped into the grove, the world shifted. The trees seemed to breathe, their leaves whispering secrets, and the ground beneath her feet hummed with life. In the center of the grove stood a figure, a creature unlike any she had ever seen. Its form was fluid, shifting between that of a human and a deer, its eyes deep pools of wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, Lyra," the creature spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Ilara, guardian of the hidden realm. You have been chosen to witness our world, for you possess the heart to understand and cherish it." Lyra's eyes widened in awe as she took in the beauty of the hidden realm. The colors were more vibrant, the air filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the song of 1,000 birds. It was a world connected to her own, yet existing just beyond the veil of perception. She spent the day with Ilara, learning about the balance between the two realms and the importance of harmony. The hidden realm, Ilara explained, was a reflection of the natural world, a place where the magic of life flowed freely and joyously. It was a sanctuary, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed in every leaf, every stone, and every creature. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Ilara turned to Lyra with a gentle smile. "Remember, young seeker, the key of unity is a symbol of connection. You have the power to bridge gaps, to heal divisions, and to bring understanding where there was none." Lyra nodded, her heart full of gratitude and determination. She knew that her journey was just beginning, that she had much to learn and much to do. The pendant was a gift, a guide, and she was ready to embrace her destiny. Over the following weeks, Lyra put her newfound understanding to use. She shared her experiences with the villagers, helping them see the magic that surrounded them and encouraging them to live in harmony with the land. Her kindness and wisdom inspired others, fostering a spirit of unity and friendship that brought the village closer together. The forest, too, responded to her presence. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves whispering blessings, and the creatures of the woods regarded her with trust and affection. Lyra's bond with the natural world deepened, her heart intertwined with the magic of the forest. One quiet evening, as she sat by the white tree, the pendant glowing warmly against her chest, Lyra reflected on her journey. She realized that the true power of the key of unity lay not in the magic it wielded, but in the connections it fostered, the friendships, the understanding, and the love that bound her to the world around her. As she gazed up at the stars, twinkling like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that she was where she was meant to be, that her journey had brought her home, not only to the village, but to herself. The forest, the village, and the hidden realm were one, woven together by threads of magic and love. And in the heart of it all was Lyra, a girl with a pendant, a seeker of truth, and a bridge between worlds. The end. Story 36. In a tranquil grove, nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the Whispering Stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss, and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons are a kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the whispering stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the Harmony Stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of Whistling Woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. In a tranquil grove, nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the Whispering Stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons were kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the Whispering Stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the harmony stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of Whistling Woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there was a quaint and charming village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its serene beauty, where the fragrance of blooming wildflowers mingled with the gentle songs of the morning birds. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Clara, known for her kind heart and gentle spirit. Clara was beloved by all who knew her, yet she harbored a secret fear of change that weighed heavily on her heart. She cherished the familiar rhythm of her life, the comforting predictability of her daily routines, and the steady pace of the seasons as they painted the world in hues of green, gold, and white. But as the days passed, she began to feel a quiet stirring within her, a yearning for something more, something she could not quite name. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and crimson danced in the cool breeze, Clara decided to take a walk through the forest. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, their earthy fragrance rising with each step she took. She wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before, drawn by an unexplainable pull. The sunlight streamed through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. As she walked, she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching skyward as if to embrace the heavens. Beneath its boughs sat an old woman with eyes as bright as the stars and hair as silver as moonlight. She was the village's wise woman, known to all as Granny Moira, a figure of mystery and magic whispered about in the village. "Welcome, dear Clara," Granny Moira greeted, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I have been expecting you." Surprised, Clara asked, "Expecting me? But how?" Granny Moira smiled knowingly. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and it told me of your awakening heart." She gestured for Clara to sit beside her. "Change is coming, my dear, and it is time for you to embrace it." Clara hesitated, the familiar fear creeping back. "But I don't know how," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. Granny Moira reached out, her hand warm and comforting. "You are stronger and wiser than you know, but sometimes we need a little magic to help us see it." With that, Granny Moira produced a small, intricately carved wooden box. She opened it to reveal a shimmering seed, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. "This is a seed of transformation," she explained. "Plant it at the base of this oak tree, and it will reflect the journey of your heart." Clara took the seed, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, filling her with a sense of possibility. She knelt at the tree's roots and gently placed the seed into the earth, covering it with soil. As she did, a sense of calm washed over her, as if the forest itself was whispering words of encouragement. Days turned into weeks, and Clara found herself returning to the clearing, drawn by the seed and the mystery it held. Each visit, she noticed changes, tiny shoots breaking through the soil, leaves unfurling towards the sky. The plant seemed to mirror her own journey, growing stronger and more vibrant with each passing day. During her visits, Clara met others who were drawn to the magical clearing. There was Finn, a gentle shepherd with eyes the color of the summer sky, who spoke of the patience he learned from tending his flock. And Lila, a joyful baker whose laughter was as warm as her freshly baked bread, who shared stories of how she found happiness in the simple pleasures of life. Together, they formed a bond, supporting one another as they each faced their own fears and challenges. Their friendship became a tapestry woven with laughter, shared dreams, and the quiet understanding that comes from knowing you are not alone. As winter's chill descended and the forest donned a blanket of snow, Clara realized she was no longer the same person who had first found the clearing. The changes within her were as profound as those in the plant that had now grown into a magnificent flowering vine, its blossoms glowing softly even in the heart of winter. One evening, as snowflakes danced like tiny stars in the moonlit air, Clara stood before Granny Moira once more. "I understand now," she said, her voice strong and sure. "Change is not something to fear, but a journey to embrace." Granny Moira nodded, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have discovered the magic within yourself, Clara. That is the greatest transformation of all." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her home, carrying the lessons of the forest within her. The village seemed more vibrant, more alive, as if reflecting the changes she felt inside. She found joy in the unexpected, courage in the face of uncertainty, and most importantly, she discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic that comes with it. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the gentle care of her friends, Clara continued to grow, knowing that with each season she would bloom anew, forever transformed by the magic of the forest and the strength of her own heart. As she lay down to sleep each night, the soft rustle of the leaves outside her window whispered reminders of her journey, and the stars above twinkled with the promise of new beginnings. In the heart of Willowbrook, where magic and reality intertwined, Clara found her place in the world, forever changed and forever changing, embraced by the warmth of friendship and the gentle guidance of the forest. And so, as the village slumbered beneath the starlit sky, all was peaceful, all was well. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds. and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders. The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 39. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a tiny cobblestone cottage, its red bricks worn smooth by time and weather. The cottage was home to a gentle clockmaker named Thomas, whose hands were as steady as his heart was kind. He spent his days surrounded by the soothing tick-tock of clocks, each one a testament to his craftsmanship and care. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the soft breeze, Thomas discovered something peculiar while rummaging through a dusty chest in the attic. Beneath layers of forgotten trinkets and old linens, he found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate etchings of vines and flowers, and it emanated a faint, warm glow that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Curious, Thomas carried the box downstairs to his workshop, where the air was thick with the comforting scent of pine wood and beeswax. He placed the box on his workbench under the gentle light of a nearby window. As he gently traced the carvings with his fingers, a soft click echoed through the room, and the box sprang open to reveal a shimmering, silver pocket watch nestled within. The watch was unlike any Thomas had ever seen. Its face was a deep midnight blue, speckled with tiny twinkling stars. The hands moved gracefully, almost as if they were dancing to the rhythm of some distant celestial music. As Thomas held the watch, he felt a strange yet soothing sensation wash over him, as if time itself had slowed to a gentle, deliberate pace. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Thomas sat by the fireplace, the watch cradled in his palm. He noticed something extraordinary. Whenever he held the watch, he could hear whispers, soft, melodic voices that seemed to be guiding him, offering snippets of wisdom and encouragement. Intrigued and comforted by this discovery, Thomas decided to share the watch's magic with those around him. He began by visiting his dear friend, Clara, who lived in a cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden teeming with wildflowers and butterflies. Clara was a spirited, compassionate soul, known for her ability to coax even the most reluctant of blooms into life. When Thomas showed Clara the watch, her eyes widened with wonder. As she held it, she too heard the whispers, and a serene smile spread across her face. "This is a gift," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "A gift meant to be shared." Together, Thomas and Clara embarked on a heartwarming journey through the village, sharing the watch with those in need of its gentle guidance. They visited old Mr. Gray, whose eyes sparkled with mischief despite his frail frame, and young Lily, whose laughter was as bright and infectious as sunshine. Each time the watch changed hands, it offered whispers of encouragement and wisdom, helping to ease worries and inspire hope. As the days turned into weeks and the vibrant colors of autumn gave way to the silvery hush of winter, Thomas and Clara found that their journey had transformed them as well. The watch had taught them that true magic lay not in its whispers, but in the connections they forged and the kindness they shared with others. One chilly evening, as snowflakes danced like tiny stars in the night sky, Thomas and Clara gathered with their friends by the fireplace. The room was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of spiced cider. As the fire crackled merrily, they reflected on the journey they had taken together, the lessons they had learned, and the friendships they had strengthened. "Thank you," Clara said, her eyes shining with gratitude, "for sharing this journey with me." Thomas smiled, his heart full. "The watch may hold magic, but it's our love and friendship that truly make the world a wondrous place." And so, the pocket watch, with its gentle whispers, continued to be a beacon of hope and wisdom in the village. Though its origins remained a mystery, its legacy was clear. It reminded all who held it of the power of kindness, the strength in unity, and the beauty of a heart open to wonder. As the fire crackled on and the snow fell softly outside, the village nestled into the embrace of a peaceful night, their hearts filled with the comfort of knowing that magic, in its truest form, was all around them. And with that, they drifted into dreams, the gentle whispers of the pocket watch guiding them into a restful slumber. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. Today, Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony. The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrell's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrell cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrell? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrell smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrell replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrell's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrell's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 41. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy. Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 48. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 49. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lila, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lila quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lila was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lila for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lila by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lila standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lila perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. The forest is alive and thriving because of you. Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide. Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. We make a good team, don't we? Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Story 50. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters, written by their ancestors, contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 51. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuben, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuben offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuben by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuben returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuben bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time, and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willow. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. It's like the woods are speaking to us, she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force. their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass. for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent. As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. One day, continued grandmother, a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. This, Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect. With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey. A journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders. A forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toymaker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. The whispering woods and the moonlit journey. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Elderglen apart was the edge of the forest that bordered it, a forest known as the Whispering Woods. Legends spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. It was said that within its depths lay secrets and wonders that had been there since time immemorial. The villagers treated the forest with reverence, often leaving offerings of honey and bread at its edge to appease the spirits within. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. She had grown up listening to tales of the Whispering Woods, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical creatures and hidden worlds that might exist just beyond the tree line. Lila was kind-hearted and curious, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila sat by the edge of the forest, her favorite spot. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. She hummed a tune as she wove daisy chains, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle rustling interrupted her reverie. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, fox-like animal with fur that shimmered like moonlight. The creature approached cautiously, its eyes wide and curious. Lila held her breath, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Slowly, she extended her hand, palm up, as if inviting the creature to trust her. To her delight, it nuzzled against her fingers, its fur soft as silk. "Hello there," Lila whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "What brings you here?" The creature, as if understanding her, tilted its head towards the forest, then looked back at Lila. It was as though it was asking her to follow. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of adventure, Lila stood up and brushed the leaves from her skirt. She glanced back at the village, where smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and then at the mysterious creature. Determination set in her eyes as she decided to follow her new friend into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer, filtered through a canopy of intertwined branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Lila marveled at the sights around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly in the shadows, flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody, and streams that trickled with laughter. The creature led her to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun had not yet set. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a wise old sage. It was here that Lila discovered the heart of the forest's magic, a small, luminous stone nestled among the roots, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone's smooth surface. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as though she had been touched by the sun's rays. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the whispers of the trees growing louder, filling her ears with tales of old. It was then that Lyra understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. This was a place of stories, a tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had walked its paths. And the stone was its heart, the keeper of its secrets, the source of its enchanting song. Her new friend, the moonlit creature, watched her with knowing eyes, as if it had been waiting for someone like Lyra to come along. With a gentle nudge, it encouraged her to take the stone, a gift from the forest, to one who would cherish and protect its stories. As Lyra held the stone close, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She realized that every story, every whisper of the woods, was a part of something greater, a connection that bound all living things together. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her friend and the forest for their gift. She promised to return and share the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic would never fade. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lanterns. Lyra felt different, as though she carried a piece of the forest within her. She knew that her journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and wonder that existed all around. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lyra listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. Her heart was at peace, knowing that she was now a part of the Whispering Woods' eternal story. And as she drifted into dreams, the moonlight creature watched over her from the forest's edge, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe with her. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the magical forest and the wonders it held. Her stories spread far and wide, bringing joy and inspiration to all who heard them. And though many would try to find the heart of the Whispering Woods, it remained hidden, revealing itself only to those who listened with open hearts and minds. Thus, the village of Elderglen thrived, its people forever connected to the magic of the forest. And Lyra, the girl with the moonlit heart, would often return to the clearing, her laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, ensuring that its stories would live on for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the Whispering Woods and the magic that lies within your own heart. For every story, like a seed, has the power to grow and blossom, weaving a tapestry of wonder that connects us all. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, With such power came a great challenge, using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless. Why are they restless? Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods, Selwyn explained, a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lila. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lila was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lila would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, Fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody. the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lila, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lila, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystalli stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening, "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us." With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. "The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales, but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years, he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods. Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neem, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Neem set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. "Neem," he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. "The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony." Neem nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niam, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niam, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the Emerald Seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the Emerald Seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the Emerald Seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the Emerald Seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the Emerald Seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, It is love. Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, young Finn. Love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts. With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake. I only wanted a rhyme or two to make. Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair, Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes, all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest, to embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lila, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lila was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lila said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lila nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lila's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lila's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lila explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lila replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lila's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lila, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lila taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lila revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the glade of whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lila deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lila placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lila nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day, the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air. "What if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself. A sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, They found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, As Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of magic danced with the rustling leaves, there lived a community of creatures who cherished the delicate balance of their enchanted world. The forest, a verdant tapestry woven with towering oaks, delicate ferns, and fragrant wildflowers, was home to creatures both seen and unseen. This was a place where sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold, and where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Among these creatures was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, weathered and etched with the patterns of countless seasons, was a map of the time he had spent wandering the forest. Thistle had lived through many cycles of growth and decay, and his heart beat in rhythm with the seasons. His wisdom was sought by all, for he understood the forest's secrets and the language of the leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for its slumber under winter's blanket, Thistle was approached by a curious young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's fur was as red as the vibrant autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief and wonder of youth. He was known for his adventurous spirit and his unquenchable thirst for knowledge. "Thistle," Pippin chattered, his tiny paws clutching an acorn, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that happens when the first snow falls. Can you tell me about it?" Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the dance of the frost spirits," he said, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "It is a wondrous sight, my young friend. As the first snowflakes descend, the air becomes alive with the spirits that weave winter's tapestry." Pippin's ears perked up with excitement. "What do they look like? What do they do?" "The frost spirits are as elusive as they are beautiful," Thistle continued. "They shimmer like morning dew in the light of dawn, and they dance silently among the trees, leaving intricate patterns on the leaves and branches. Their touch brings the stillness of winter, a time for the forest to rest and renew." The young squirrel's eyes widened with awe. "How can I see them?" Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle murmur. "To witness their dance, you must first understand the balance of nature. The forest thrives because each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, plays a part in maintaining harmony. Respect the cycles of life and death, and the spirits will reveal themselves to you." Pippin nodded, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. Determined to witness the frost spirits, he set out to learn about the forest's delicate balance. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Pippin observed the industrious bees storing honey, the careful way the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill, and the way the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy. With each observation, Pippin saw the interconnectedness of life in the forest. He realized that even the smallest actions could ripple outward, affecting the whole. He understood that the forest was a symphony, each creature playing its part to keep the harmony. Finally, the day arrived when the first snowflakes began to fall. The forest was hushed, blanketed in a serene silence that amplified the soft crunch of snow underfoot. Pippin perched atop a sturdy branch, his eyes scanning the ethereal landscape. As the snow continued to fall, the air shimmered with a silvery light. Then, as if stepping from behind a veil, the frost spirits appeared. They moved gracefully among the trees, their presence painting the world in delicate frost. Their dance was a silent symphony, a celebration of the earth's slumber and the promise of spring's rebirth. Pippin watched in awe, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. He understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday beauty of life's cycles and the harmony that bound them all together. When the dance was over and the spirits had vanished into the winter's embrace, Pippin returned to Thistle, his mind alight with stories to share. "I saw them, Thistle. They were more beautiful than I ever imagined," he exclaimed, his voice a joyful whisper. Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes shining with pride. "You have learned well, Pippin. Remember this lesson and keep the forest's wisdom close to your heart, for it is in understanding and respecting the balance of nature that we find true magic." And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the wise old tortoise, Pippin grew into a guardian of the woodland, sharing the stories of the frost spirits and the harmony of nature with generations to come. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the creatures of the wood lived in peace, bound by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. And in the quiet moments, when the snow fell softly and the world was hushed, the dance of the frost spirits could still be seen, a testament to the enduring magic of nature's gentle touch.